Hi everyone, how's it going? As you can tell, my voice is still not 100%. I'm going to be coughing, I'm going to be spluttering a little bit, but that's fine. We are going to power through all the same. How are we all? Hello Ducky, hello Donks, hello Gabs! Oh my gosh, you're actually awake for a stream. I know this is much earlier than I normally stream, but I honestly don't know how long my voice is going to last for, so I thought let's start early and see how we go. Bro, you're sick again. Oh no, you too. That sucks. I am so sorry. Oh my god. That sucks. I've got my hot tea with honey here. I've got a throat lozenge in my throat. I just finished my orange juice. Let's go. Alright. Did anyone guess the music? Twilight Princess. Yeah, I thought Twilight. That's Steph's Twilight. I'm going to tell you now, it's actually not Twilight Princess, although as I was playing the music, I went, damn, that sounds a lot like Twilight Princess. It was actually the final Ganon fight and Goodbye Hyrule from Wind Waker. I did not realize how similar those sounded. Wow. So yeah, I can see why people said Twilight Princess. Absolutely. It's the third time this year that you're sick. Wow. This is only the first time I've been sick, but I've been out the entire week and it sucks. So third time? No, thank you. Alright, let's fix the volume up here. We have Ship of Harkidian 2, so Ship to Harkidian, working on Majora's Mask. So this is a new Majora's Mask randomizer done by the same people who did the Ocarina of Time Ship of Harkidian. So I'm very excited. We have never done a Majora's Mask randomizer on this before. I am very excited. I may not talk as much as I normally do, but we'll see how we go. No, that was actually Wind Waker. It took me by surprise how similar that sounded to Twilight Princess, even though I've listened to both soundtracks before. I didn't even, I checked. I double checked. It was definitely Wind Waker. I've been through the wars, man. I'm so over it. Oh, I feel that. I absolutely feel that. Hopefully you start to feel better soon. How long have you been sick for? We start with Junk. And Junk. Excellent. Alrighty, so this is Majora's Mask. We start off with an ocarina, the Song of Time, and some Deku Seeds and Nuts. Excellent. Our goal is to find the 4 boss remains and defeat Majora. What's that? Oh, it's literally nothing. I didn't even know. I didn't even know it's gonna say literally nothing. That's so funny. Alright. That's awesome. I thought the bridge motif do. I got with you, man. Was just TP. No, that's Wind Waker as well. I hope so. I got sick just after Christmas, then had a week break, then got sick again with an ear infection. Finished those antibiotics last week and now I'm sick again. Wow. Wow. That's rough. No, thank you. And we're only like, what, 2 months into the year and you're already being sick. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Where is she? Pop off, I guess. Do we not have content always matches appearance on? Because this is going to be really rough if that's the case. Hello, Eve. Welcome in. Good lord, what is happening in there? Hello, Eve. Thank you so much for the resub. How are you? How are you doing? I also just noticed that the clock doesn't actually tell us the time. That's weird. Oh, what? Okay, let me try that again. About as good as you are by the sounds of it. You know what? I'm feeling a lot better than I sound. I was gonna say, I may not stream for long. We'll see how long my throat holds out and how well I'm feeling. But I've had my meds, I've had my cough medicine, I've got my tea, I've got my throat lozenge. I feel alright. The weather's cooked over here, honestly. It's insane. Yeah, that's... I've got quite a few friends. You've told me before that you are from the UK. okay. I was gonna say, I'm not stalking you or anything. Yeah, I've had quite a few friends in the UK tell me that the weather's bad at the moment. Okay. Now, apparently these recruitment posters give us hints. No, not that one. There are apparently recruitment posters around here that will give us hints. I don't know how true that is. You lost your watch streaks? How? But I saw you guys in the free streams the other week. Hey! Thank you so much for the gift subs to Gabs and to DJ Amplified. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I very much... Ooh, a song. I very much appreciate that, even if it doesn't sound like it. Thank you so much, E. That is 45 gift subs now in the channel. That's wild. Absolutely incredible. Thank you. The Worm Squad grows. Indeed. Indeed. A Pona song. Nice. We'll take that. What? Why does that... Huh? Okay. Okay. So something that is true in this game is that trees are randomized if they don't already hold items in them, from what I know. As I said, I'm learning Ship 2 at the same time as you guys, so we're gonna figure all of this out together. I am very excited about this though. How's everyone doing? Gabs, I hope you're feeling okay. Eve, it sounds like you've been sick as well by the sounds of it. I feel that. I very much feel that. Alright, let's go check out West Town. Whichever the one is not east. Ooh. Okay. Either all of these grass patches have something in it, or none of them do. Oh. Okay, hang on. Okay. I did enable a setting. We're going to disable it if it becomes a pain in the butt, which it looks like it is going to become a pain in the butt. Okay. Does this not work? Oh wow, okay. So normally... Oh, right, I can just pick them up. Normally Deku sticks can actually destroy grass patches. I kind of forgot that in Majora's Mask you can just pick them up. That's all stupid. Alright. We're gonna see if I can alter the settings for a sec. Hang on, bear with me for a second. Settings, enhancements, items, time savers. Bear with me. You can see I have force and jump checks. Hang on guys, just bear with me. Oh, we'll turn that on, Huh. Is there not a option to skip the cutscenes? Okay, yeah. Okay, let's try that. Just so we can see if we can get, if we can pick up items without having to do the whole cutscene thing. Hi DJ, how are you? I'm feeling better. I don't sound it, but I am feeling better. How are you? As I said, I probably won't talk as much. Normally I like to yap fairly consistency. But I don't think I'm going to be able to talk much if I'm being honest. But we'll see how we go. Ooh, I want those block shoes.
Hi.
171. Okay. Never mind. So, nope. No, that didn't fix anything at all. Okay. We'll see how we go, I guess. I'm doing well, that's okay. Just happy to see you stream again. Thank you. Okay, he's only selling junk. I'm happy to be back. In all honesty, it has been a very long, very boring week. I've been so bored without being able to stream. Bear with me for just a second, guys. I'm still here, just bear with me. I was just blowing my nose and nobody wants to hear that. Let's be real. Alrighty. Okay, we need to fix the junk check thing. We found literally nothing. Yeah, I'm getting that. Okay. Let's see if we can find this setting, because this is actually driving me mad. Items. No traps. Starting items, no shuffle options, check filter, no. Enhancements. Sorry guys, bear with me for a sec. We're gonna figure this out, I promise. Okay. You guys get to see all of my fun things then. Print diamond and water. Hello, Insect Tech. Welcome back. I am trying to figure out how to skip. I saw it too. No. Rando settings. Hang on. we have content matches appearance on now, so hopefully that's going to fix something at the very least. At least now we won't have to sit there and file through all the jump checks. Okay. This is ship 2, so we have the issue where every junk item, we play the cutscene, and I can't figure out how to turn it off. So yes, that's alright. We at least have content matches appearance on now, so that's fine. Can I not check this? Pictograph box is hidden at Lone Peak Shrine and Grottos. Okay, excellent. We're getting here. Hey DJ, how you doing? I'm so glad to be streaming. Hello, Insect Tech. I think I already said hello to you both, but just making sure I am. Is it under quality of life? There isn't really a quality of life thing, is there? I've got like time savers and stuff. Oh, skip. It's right here. Everything but major. There we go. That's so much better. It was right there all along. I just couldn't see because I'm dumb. Alrighty. Great spin attack is hidden in the Moonlink trial. That sucks, but okay. Mountain Tidal Deed is hidden in Terminate Field. Stop wishing me luck on my journey. It's kind of unsettling. Swamp Gold Sculptural Token. I don't like them wishing me luck on my journey. It kind of weirds me out a little. I'm not gonna lie, it wigs me out. Alright, let's go. Heads or tails? We have started that prediction. Don't forget to get in your channel points. Okay, nothing here. There we go, that's much better. Okay. Oh. X, I thought I had that as, a dungeon reward, but apparently not. There we go. I also increased the climbing speed because I was impatient. Alrighty. Powder keg, that's nice. Oh, Insect Tech, how's your friend doing? How's your friend doing with their visit? Sorry if you sent me a Discord message last night. I'm not gonna lie, I was half asleep for most of that night. Alright, Ocean Tidal Deed, nice. -3 minutes. What's up there? Pot and 20 rupees, that's fine, that's vanilla. Very nice. Oh, Night Mask, nice. Is that a hook shot? Is that a hook shot? That's a hook shot. I will take that. We will absolutely take that. Wow, it's already night of the first day. I do have an ocarina. Bear with me one more time, people. There we go. He was very appreciative of your input. They did go to the zoo and had a good time. They were unsure about the gardens, but because you said so, they were going to go today. Hopefully the weather in the city has held out a little bit better for them. Otherwise, they're going to have a terrible time at the gardens. It has been raining all afternoon where I am. So, Tingle's Great Bay map, nice. This is a boss key, I think. So, hopefully they've gotten a bit of better luck with the weather. Great Bay boss key, very nice. Sonata of Awakening is hidden in the Great Bay Temple. Oof, that's rough. Progressive magic is hidden at Goron shop. Ooh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Be the Moon's Gaze. I don't like that. Oh, but wait, does that say Beware the Moon's Gaze? I don't like that. That's so threatening. Why are you threatening me, game? Alright. Perfect. Oh crap, all the trees are randomized as well. I forgot about that. So, all these trees are randomized, so rolling into them will give us items. Potentially. If I can hit them. There we go. Deku stick. I'll take a deku stick. They did say it's hard getting around without a car. Yeah, I was gonna say, look, doing anything outside of the Sydney CBD without a car, good luck. We do have a transport system. It's just, is it good? That's up for debate. He said his daughter's favorite zoo animal was the goats. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. There we go. That's adorable. Alright, we're gonna continue making our way around Termina Field. I don't know why we don't have any music. It's kind of unnerving. Alright, there we go. We're just getting a lot of stray fairies here with not much else, aren't we? Ooh. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I do love this. I do love going to the zoo. My favorite are always the drops, because that's my favorite animal. Look for stray fairy. This is another sculptural token. Alrighty. So what has everyone been up to in the week since, you know, we last caught up? Because I've been sick, I've spent my entire week on the lounge, swapping between Animal Crossing and the Like a Dragon series, which I forgot how good they are. Evil is afoot. I'm glad it's not a hand. Stop it. Stop it. Someone needs to bonk me in the head and tell me to stop. Alright. There's another boss key. Bottle. Nice. We'll take a bottle. Football. Alright. Romani Ranch map. I'm gonna take my 50 rupees back. There we go. Okay. That's. Stop telling me you hope I find what I want. All of these messages are just really floating weird. All the way this stupid beat. Yeah, whatever. Alrighty. Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that. Alright, we're also gonna call it heads or tails here. Heads or tails, please. Alrighty, with 60% of the votes. It is heads. Or maybe that was 40%. I didn't actually look. That was 40% of the votes. Congratulations, Insectech and Ducky. We will be getting our next Gamba started very soon, I promise. Alright. But Decky Mask is actually so good for this. Actually, in fact... Stop it. Okay, there we go. Alright. There we go. Now, this is going to be asleep, so we can't do much here, but we can at least... There we go. Grab the grass patch. Alright, let's continue on. Oh, we did this one, right? No, we did not. Hey, Bo! We're getting some good items right here. Terminal Field is always cooking, man. I don't know what to tell you. So right now we can probably get into a lot of Southern Swamp, and we can get into a lot of, I don't know, we can't really do too much up in Snowhead, but we can at least go explore the base of Snowhead. And that's probably a really good place to start, because all of the snowballs are randomized. So let's go, actually, before we do that, let's go back into Clocktown for a hot minute. Let's go back into Clocktown for a minute. And let's go do, Bremen Mask check. That's the one I'm looking for. Alright. That was nothing. Nothing. Perfect. Alright. It's better to get that out the way rather than having to wait. Oh, we can also get into Great Bay, and no, we can get into pretty much everywhere. In that case, let's do... While we're here, let's just do this first. Alright. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? I hope my voice isn't too hard to listen to. Oh. I said to... How hard is Vanilla MM to learn? Is it something you're going to need a guide for? No, not really. Like, in terms of a casual playthrough or for, like, a rando? For God's sake. I'm gonna turn off this manual jump attack thing. It's actually bothering the crap out of me. In terms of, like, a rando, or... Well, I suppose that wouldn't be vanilla, would it? Like, just a random playthrough? It's actually fairly simple. Like, for a first-time casual run. No, it's fairly simple. I think the only thing you might need a guide for are the stray fairies and the dungeons. Dark pepper. Yeah, I feel like the only thing you'd really need a guide for, for God's sake. There we go. Okay, better. Yeah, the only thing you really need is a guide for the stray fairies, and that's because some of them are in really dickish locations. I forgot that we randomized our statues. Otherwise, you're fairly good, all things considered. My sister is actually still in Snowhead. Because the stray fairies are just, once again, dickish. Yeah, I can turn my mic. Oh, I can't turn the mic up, but I can definitely turn the game down. Let me turn that off. There we go. Alright, how's that? Is that a bit better? I can also, oopsies, move my microphone a little bit closer. I was going to say, normally it's fine when I have my normal voice. But having lost my voice, it can be a little bit difficult. There we go. There we go. I think the trees do, because this should be like literally nothing. These trees are also really annoying to run into. There we go. Yeah, this is just literally nothing. Okay. Perfect. The Deku Baba was especially drowning you out and I couldn't make out what you were saying. That's good news because I have no idea what I was saying. I genuinely have no idea what I was saying. Sometimes I talk and I don't even know what I'm talking about. I don't even think, I'm just yapping. What's that? Oh, it's just a heart. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I have no idea what I was saying, so good news, it probably wasn't anything important. Nothing here, excellent. Alright. Yeah, so the only, the only thing you'd need, that's just a purple rupee, that's fine. The only thing you'd really need a guide for are the stray fairies. That's pretty much it, and that's because the stray fairies can be found in really dickish locations. There we go. Other than that, like, my sister's in a playthrough of Majora's Mask at the moment. And she's in Snowhead Temple, and she's been using a guide for the, for the stray fairies, because the stray fairies in Snowhead can be really dickish. Junk. Alright, excellent. Perfect. Otherwise, the hint system is fairly good, all things considered, so you don't feel like you're not getting enough guidance on what to do. Alright, there we go. What's the white flower? Ooh. Oh, God. I have keys enabled? Why the hell did I do that? That's just an arrow. That's good. Alrighty. We now have the ability to swim. We needed to find that. I forgot that I randomized that. So previously, if we touched water, we would have just ended up voiding out completely. So that's really good. I forgot that we had actually done that. Whoops. There we go. Alrighty. Bottle of milk, very nice. Another stray fairy. Let's check the pots over here as well. Beans. We found beans. Very nice. Stonetail small keys hidden in the woods of mystery. That's fine. Whoops. Sorry. Beans, the magic through fruit. Literally though, right? Alright. There we go. What did I get here? Bunny hood. That's good quality of life. And a sword. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking, chat. Alright. So Komek Taki, we're not going to give her anything. Primarily because number one, she won't accept milk. She'll only accept a red potion. But also, if we gave her a red potion, we wouldn't be able to do the check up here. So we're going to go up into the shop here and check the checks, I guess, and check the shop. Was that a thing in Australia or US only thing? I thought it was like a reference to something. I have no idea what that is. What is this rhyme? Oh, is it like beans, the magic fruit, something makes you toot, or something like that? Because that's funny. No, I don't want to give you fragrant mushrooms. $6 rupees. I'll take it. Why not? Is it something about making you toot? Because that's kind of funny. Beans, the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. Yeah, there it is. I was gonna say, if it was a rhyme, it had to rhyme with toot. Let's be real. That was a mistake. That's fine. I feel like I have heard that before, but I don't know if it's an Australian thing. Like, if it's something that's regularly said. I know it said that, like, I know people say that about, like, Heinz beans and stuff like that, but I don't know if it's, like, a actual thing. There we go. Why is it that the tiny ones only take 2 hours, but the big ones only take 1? The big ones aren't worth anything. They're tiny. One of my... Whoa, there we go. One of my the other day, he'd never heard one of my co-workers, okay, I was gonna say, I have no idea what that means. There we go. One of your co-workers had never seen I see London, I see France, I see Europe. No, there's no one alive who hasn't heard that. That's like such a classic. That's such a classic. I see London, I see France, I see someone's underpants. That's so classic. Also, for some reason, on my test stream that I have, it's asterisked out the word underpants. That's hilarious. That was stupid. Yeah, whatever. I can't believe no one's ever heard of I see London, I see France. That's wild to me. Okay, you can, there was a rhyme that we used to say when I was a kid, and I can't remember it for the life of me. I was gonna ask you to tell me if it's like a universal thing or not. It was like, England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, inside, outside, inside on, or something like that. And it was part of a skipping game. That's all I remember, but I feel like that's probably not a universal thing. Now that I think about it, like, within 2 seconds. Alright, Great Fairy. That chest looks like it's nothing. Alright, what do you sell? Oh, you just sell beans. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Wow. Okay. I didn't expect that to work. Oh, we've got a pot up there. That looks like just hearts, that's fine. Actually, hang on. Damn it. I can't get it. That's alright. As long as we checked it and it's nothing important, that's the important part there. Alrighty. We do actually have to do this properly to get the Sonata check as well. But also, I just want to see what this heart piece is up here. That's a junk check. That's actually so good. If only that worked. There is a way that you can do it by just backflipping and catching on the edge of a ledge or something, but I actually don't know how to do it anymore. It was something that I did teach myself and I just don't remember anymore. Alright. We're gonna come back for Sonata check. Just because I'm gonna need a bottle of spring water and I don't want to get rid of my milk just yet. I feel like the milk is gonna be very useful to us. So instead we're going to come up here and we're going to get a hint to Song of Soaring, which I feel like is going to be a big one. Alright, we're also going to set up our next Gamber in a minute as well. I don't know why my A button, like the AB button isn't working properly, but that's fine. Oh, it's in Termina Field. Okay, so it's probably in Cow Grotto. So Song of Soaring's probably in Cow Grotto, which is really good to know. Alright. Small keys. Okay, we're gonna come back here. In the meantime, we're gonna get our next Gamber started. Bear with me for a second. Alrighty. What major item are we going to find next? Your options are Transformation Mask, Bow or Elemental Arrows. Bow Upgrade or Elemental Arrows. Other Mask, Song, Wallet, Boss Remains or Other. Keep in mind we've already found one Boss Remains. It might not be that we will find another quite just yet. We'll see how we go. Have we found one or two Boss Remains? We found two already. Wow. I did not realize that, actually. That's kind of wild. Alright. For now, we're going to make our way over to this grotto. Keep in mind, once again, it is the first item after the Gamber is done. That was stupid. Let's go down the seam here instead. There we go. Alright. Another owl statue. Mountain Village. Bombs would be really good right now, actually. Bombs would give us so much access. There we go. Alright, what do you give us? Okay, perfect. Baby seed. Honestly, it could be. It is giving baby. So all of these sculptures are randomized. Excellent. Bear with me for 2 seconds, please. Sorry guys, just bear with me. There we go. Just had to get rid of that. That was driving me insane. There we go. Alright, cool. Let's go. So, a lot of these bugs require us to have, a lot of these sculptures require us to have bugs. Which I'm, in all honesty, not too keen on, but that's fine. Nothing. Alright, how's that Gamba looking? Alright, so wallets with 56%, songs with 44%, and that's it so far. If you have an opposing opinion, or you think that if you want to pull in your points somewhere, or you think we're going to find something else first, don't forget to get in your channel points for that. Nothing. I don't have bombs to blow that up. We are going to have to do this in 2 parts, because we can't do everything here quite just yet. Come on. Nothing. Hey, land title deed, alright. Nothing. What on earth? No one had transformation mask, did they? Wow, okay. I'm so sorry, but transformation mask has to win there, guys. Wow. No one saw that coming. Sorry to everyone who put in for song and wallet. Wow. Okay, Zora mask is huge. We'll definitely take that action. I'll definitely take that. Yeah, sorry, Ducky. But damn, I will always take Zoromask. No, come on, back up. Nuts. Hey, APC, how's it going? How you doing? It's been a while, eh? Nothing. Not even worth it. Alrighty. Nothing. Alright, let's hop down. Nothing. I've forgotten which ones have the sculptures in it. Bro. There it is. Nothing. Good, mate. What happened? Yeah, I've been very sick all week, so finally glad to be back. So good being back. I forgot about you. Oh, that's just the nuts from before, that's fine. Yeah, still a little bit sick, but we're doing a lot better than we were last time. Heart container, very nice. New health. Nothing. Alright. We are going to save. Actually, no. What? No, there's no angle I can hit this from. If I had bomb shoes, I'd be able to hit it fine. That's fine. Alright, we're going to save the rest of this for later. But Zoromask was a huge find here. How have you been, APC? Alrighty, let's go. Did I already kill this guy? I didn't think I did. We'll take it. Wait, yes I did. Of course I did. This is how I got here. Perfect. Alright. Now that we're out of the poison water, let's go. Dude, Zoromask was so huge. I did not expect to find that. Alright, let's make our way. Let's do land title deed quickly. Hand over the land title deed. And then let's make our way over to, I know what I'm trying to say. Snowhead, that's the word I'm looking for. Wait, what was that? Oh, magic beans, okay. I thought that said magic upgrade and I got really excited for a second there. Oh, cool, that's cool. Alright. My friend just messaged me, he said you're 100% right, the gardens were gorgeous. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I was hoping that I was hoping that it wasn't going to be like a bum suggestion and they weren't going to like it. I'm very glad to hear that. I think I do like the gardens in the city. They're gorgeous. Sick with the girls' flu. I have no idea what that means, APT. I have no idea what that means. Is that like a variation of the man flu thing? Alright. Let's go. Alright. I'm aware that we could do the come on, Sally. There we go. Like the man's flu for females. Okay, I assumed as much. I do get it, yes. We could do day 2 swamp right now, but let's go over to Mountain Village. I think we can't get all the way up Mountain Village without bombs, but the sheer amount of snowballs there might give us something. Alright, let's go. Yeah, I will say this flu has kept me down for quite a bit. So it was actually not the flu. It was tonsillitis with a cold on top of it, which, yikes. Yikes, chief. Did not enjoy that. Yes, no, I don't know, thanks. But actually, let's go do this first. And let's go do that pea-hat one quickly as well. Yeah, tonsillitis with the flu on, with a cold on top. Cannot recommend. 0 out of 10. Genuinely not fun. So yes, will not be recommending that experience to anyone. But I think the most painful part about having the flu wasn't the actual flu itself. It was the fact that I couldn't really do anything. Like, I couldn't do much at all. My fiance, bless him, cancelled our plans to force me to stay home and relax and rest and all of that. Not cancel plans, but like, I was supposed to help him and his family clean out some stuff. He was like, nah, you can't help us now. You're sick. You need to relax. And I was like, alright, cool. I'm going to go help my parents clean instead. And they're like, nah, you need to rest and relax. No one will let me come help them to try and force me to relax. I have been so bored this week. I'm not going to lie. This week has been a major yikes with how bored I've been. Our statue, very nice. I took my tonsils out when I was a child. You took them out yourself, you just reached in and yanked them out yourself. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I was 2 tonight. Hospital took them out. Yeah. Lucky, I was gonna say. I think this is my 2nd bout of having tonsillitis. I do not recommend it. Oh, my elderly landlord gave me a Valentine's gift. She got me a bag of jerky and some Hershey Kisses. Oh, that's so sweet. Gave you some banana cream pie. That is actually so sweet. I forgot that I have, I forgot that it was Valentine's Day. Oops. I don't celebrate Valentine's. My fiance and I don't celebrate Valentine's Day. No, nothing wrong with anyone who does. Like, it's a great holiday. It's just, we genuinely forget about it most of the time. Whoops. Actually, that's not true. I did send him a message that said, Happy Valentine's Day, kitten, with that guy on TikTok that goes, hello, kitten, with the foot slapping. Yeah. He sent back a message saying that I'm a massive dork. Good on them for making you rest up, literally. That's the only way anyone can get me to relax, is if they force me. You should get them out soon. Yeah, I've been thinking about getting them out, but it's, at the moment, something I just don't have the time for. I'll get around to it, eventually. What did everyone else do for Valentine's Day if you celebrate? Just cheese day for high school relationship. Cheese? Oh, like it's a cheesy day. Right, okay. I was gonna say, I don't know, cheese is good. I was gonna say, you had a cheese day, like a day where you sit around and eat cheese, because that's my dream day. Sorry, I got distracted by thinking about cheese. I got dumped in high school on Valentine's. Ouch. Yep, that would do it. Ouch. Yeah, sorry to hear that, APC. That's a rough one for you. I think I'm... Oh, ouch. Yeah, not great. Alrighty. Yeah, not great at all. I feel that. Alrighty. Yeah, well... I was gonna say anyone can be a cheater, so... kinda sucks. Yeah. It really sucks when that happens. Alrighty, let's go up here, check out. I remember in high school I had this crush on a girl in class, bought flowers for her, but when she came to class she was with another guy already. Oh no! That's actually so sad. Aww. That's sad. I don't even remember Valentine's Day in high school. Actually, yes I do. But that's a story for another day. There we go. What I do remember is, they had like this radio DJ thing where they just have the speakers blasting in school all day. They'd have the speakers blasting in school all day. And you could reach out to the school radio, which was just like the PA system. You could reach out and put in, you know, song dedications to that special someone. And I remember mindlessly hating this thing. This whole feature of you know, being able to dedicate songs to people, because it forced me to listen to Love Story by Taylor Swift no less than like 25 times in one day. I was so sick to death of that song by the end of it. I didn't even enjoy the song when I heard it the first time. Now I've come around on it. It's like a guilty pleasure song, but oof, did I hate that song. Oh. High school love is the crappiest. I don't know. My fiance is someone I met in high school. To be fair, that's like a very lucky chance. Alright, let's play Pony's song and get into Great Bay. Let's get into Great Bay and do this. Yeah, my fiance and I went to high school together, and that one, you know what? I'll give that a shot. We'll give High School Love its props for that at least. All right. Let's make our way over to Great Bay. I'm really hoping to find bombs next. Yeah, cute. How about you, Ducky? Did you do anything for V-Day? That just looks like nothing. Excellent. That's my favorite. Alrighty. Yep, game. Thank you. Also, Ducky, I heard your requests for more Chaos Editions. I was actually tempted to do a Chaos Edition today, but figured I would probably wait till my throat's a bit better, because last time we did a Chaos Edition, it was a lot of screaming. But I hear you, and we will definitely do more Chaos Editions soon. I have 2 kids, so not really. Just cooked hubby a nice steak dinner and curled up to watch the last season of Stranger Thongs. Hey, Great Fairy Sword, I'll take that. But when kids were asleep, no spoilers. I was gonna say, have you finished it yet? Clearly not. New wave? New wave! We can get into Great Bay now. That's pretty good. In fact, we've got pretty much everything we need to get started on Great Bay. We don't have fire arrows. But we do have Deku sticks. Let's go through here. Spoiler, they all die in the end. JK, I haven't seen it. Oh, that's right. We physically can't do this. I was gonna say I do know the ending of the show, but I'm not gonna say anything. I've seen the first episode of Stranger Things and that's it. Like the first episode of the first season. I've not watched any Stranger Things apart from that. And I know I'll enjoy it. It's one of those shows where I'm like, yes, I really enjoyed the first episode and I will watch it more. And then I just never did. But I get spoiled on TV shows quite often, so. Wouldn't be surprised, it's quite a dystopian shape, but no spoilers. Alright, no spoilers. Cafe's mask. Excellent. Karate chop them things. That's me with Bridgerton. Yeah, I've never even attempted to watch Bridgerton. I saw like a clip of Bridgerton. No, I've seen like 2 clips of Bridgerton. One of them was a very viral clip of inserts himself. Inserts himself where? And that's pretty funny. And then the other one was literally nothing. And the other one was a clip of them dancing to a Baroque orchestral version of an Ariana Grande song. And I knew it was an Ariana Grande song because the captions told me so. And I just kind of went, yeah, probably not for me. Wow, the lake scientist is still alive in MM. She's not dead yet. Apparently not. I'm surprised too. I'm right there with you. Is this your first time seeing much of MM Insect? Because if so, this is a wild introduction to MM for you. Ooh, hello, pot of importance. Bombs? No. Oh wow. So this is actually your first introduction. This is a wild introduction. Is this Blast Mask? Oh, Blast Mask is so good. Blast Mask is so good. I'm so keen for Blast Mask. Oh yeah, we could also get into Pirates. We can't do much of Pirates, but we could technically get in there. Also, Ship 2 has this unique feature where normally this is what happens when you do the boomerangs. But if I press B while they're in midair, they immediately recall them. How cool is that? Just straight fairy. Okay. You'll also notice that we don't have hookshot anywhere on. I don't think that's a feature here. So anyone who's been saying that I've been too reliant on hookshot anywhere, here you go. We'll take that. And we'll go into our first Cow Grotto. I see a boss key. Yes, alright, we have all the boss keys that we need. The Snowhead one we really don't need. The Snowhead boss key skip is the easiest boss key skip in the entire Zelda franchise. Brahmin Mask, and Sunsong. So Sunsong does appear in this randomizer. It does a very similar thing to Song of Double Time, but just a bit more, we have a bit more control over it. And Goron Lullaby intro. Alright, excellent. I feel like we could beat this seed today, in all honesty. Also a really cool feature. If I equip, yeah, whatever, this, I can use the B button for it, which doesn't sound like a big feature, but I can also charge up a spin attack with it. That's so cool. Normally you have to use the C button to swing it, which can be really annoying when you're trying to enter in a fight and you keep pressing the wrong buttons. So that's just a great quality of life thing. Alright, let's continue making our way up. Insect Tech, would you like a little bit of explanation on the storyline, or would you like to be completely left in the dark as to the story, so you have more of a more of a surprising experience when you play it for yourself? Because I was gonna say, without context of storyline, this can be really weird to see. But also, you might not want the spoilers. You let me know which way you want to go. I was gonna say, I'm not asking because I want to tell you, I'm asking you because you might want to know. Oh, hello. Spoilers don't worry me, movie or game. Okay. I'll just say, we are looking for Navi and we ended up in an alternate dimension. That's pretty much, or not an alternate dimension, but like a, well, pretty much that. That's the low and high of it, essentially. And we're, in 3 days, the moon is going to crash into Termina, which is where we are, and kill everyone. So we've got to try and stop that from happening. That's all the context you'll need for this. So in order to win, we require, yeah. So if we hadn't already found it, the Zora here gives us a hint on the hookshot. The daytimer thing is what confuses me most, yes. So normally there's an hour countdown so you can see what hour it is, like, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. I don't know why it's not appearing here. Point is, so yeah, you have 3 days until the moon crashes into Termina, which is the land that we're in. So the timer counts down to the night of the Carnival of Time, which is the big celebration that's happening on the 3rd day, which is also when, you know, everyone's gonna die. So at from midnight on the 3rd day, well, technically midnight on the 4th day, I guess. I don't know how you want to play it. The doors to the carnival of the doors to the top of the tower will open in Clocktown, and we will be able to access the roof of the clock tower, which is where the Skull Kid is waiting. And the Skull Kid is the one who's sort of summoned the moon to crash to the ground, in a sense, quote unquote. Alright. So, in order to win, we need to find the 4 boss remains, which is like the medallions and stones in Ocarina of Time. We need to find the Oath to Order, which is a song that we require. And we need, well, that's technically all we need. I would prefer to have the Fierce Deity's Mask and Magic as well. We know where Magic is. We have no clue about the Fierce Deity's Mask. But that's alright, we can find it all. Okay. Nothing here. Hello, you. Pendant of Memories. that's pretty much as far as we can go, isn't it? Yeah, cool. Okay. Nice. Alright. We are pretty much we're going to enter Pirate's Interior and do what we can of there. But first we're going to go on a quick 5-minute break because I really need to use the bathroom and I want to put some more boiling water in my tea. So don't go anywhere. Grab a snack, grab a drink, grab a blanket, grab a pack of microwave popcorn. I don't know what you want. But feel free to join us here back in 5 minutes. I will see you then. Have fun. Don't leave. Please. Please. I'm kidding. Alright, bye! Alrighty, welcome back everyone. I'm going to turn that down a wee bit. I hope you had a lovely break. I know I certainly did. Let's go. Let's do Pirates Interior. We're not going to be able to do all of Pirates Interior. I mean, we should be able to get through a lot of it, but we'll see how we go. Okay. Those crates we don't have to do, which is first and foremost the best news possible. So, for anyone who's not familiar with Majora's Mask, Pirates Interior is basically the Gerudo Fortress. I don't know why I'm saying basically. It is the Gerudo Fortress of this game. Alright, let's go. Alright. Halt. There we go. Easy. Oh, hello chest. I don't think that's a chest of importance, but we're still gonna check. Yeah, I get it. Oh. For God's sake. Okay, hang on. I forgot how annoying the fish are. Yeah, the skullfish are. Okay, it was just a clock tower map. That's fine. Alright, what we can do though is we can check the pots here. Nothing. Perfect. Let's go this way. Sorry, without Stone Mask and without Hookshot Anywhere on, I sometimes forget the order in which you're supposed to do this. Okay. Alright, nothing there. Alright. Out here, there is exactly one crate that has a heart container check that we do need to check ourselves. Nothing. I will never get over the fact that we once found a piece of the Triforce in that one chest. In that one crate. That's absolutely wild to me. So, your footsteps alert her. There we go. Perfect. There we go, much better. Nothing. Alright, this... Oh, hello. Room key. We're getting more and more items for the cafe's, for cafe's quest, which could be a good thing, I guess. Yeah, Grudy seemed to have brushed up on their sword skills. Yes and no. Like, yes. But also at the same time, unlike Ocarina of Time, these guys can't catch you and turf you out. So, the most they can do is just kill you. They can't toss you out, which is nice. And I know I just said that being turfed out is worse than death, but I mean, it's certainly slower. Am I an awful human being? Possibly. I mean, I'm shooting women on a bridge right now. There we go. Alright, so we have two pots up here that we need to check. And then we have the chest and the crates in the main room. So if we had this stone mask, we'd be able to sneak past all of the guards with no issues, with the exception of this one room down here. You have to hit this to be able to clear the guards out the room. It looks like the chest isn't anything of value, but we'll still check it. Even with the stone mask, you have to do this. It's okay, it's preemptive self-defense. That's right. That's right. I'm not being bad. Who knows? Excellent. Perfect. Nothing. And a heart piece. Excellent. Nothing. Alright, I think we've got one more area to check and then that's it. We actually cleared out here a lot quicker than I expected. Yeah, I was gonna say, there was no way I was gonna hit that. That's fine. There is a way that you can sort of see and walk around that. No, why? Why did I do that? Alright. All we have to do is get up here. So these guards actually have a much smaller cooldown than what they do in Ocarina of Time. So when you hit them in Ocarina of Time, they're usually out for the count for the rest of the time that you're in the area. Whereas here in Majora's Mask, I think their cooldown's like 30 seconds, I think. There we go. And that chest had nothing in it, so there was no point checking it. See, they're all already up and going again. It is a fairly small countdown. Alrighty. There we go. Nothing. Heart piece. Sculpture taken by the looks of it. Yep. How many sculpture tokens are we sitting at now?
Right, doesn't tell us. I'll have to add that to the tracker. That's alright. Alright, now we can get caught and turfed out. Or not. There we go. Alright. Once again, thank you. Being caught and turfed out is easy as pie for us here. Alright, let's go Zora Cape side now. So that's how you full clear on Pirate's Fortress. What we can do, looks like 8 green, 4 blue. Oh, it is on the tracker, I'm just blind. Thank you, Insect Tech. Yes, that's right. I think it is, I think it's exactly that. 9 blue, 4 green. There we go. Oh, I think it is actually. I have no idea. Nothing there. Nuts. Nothing. Alright. Now we've got quite a few checks over here. Excuse me. Why can't I read this? Why won't it let me? There we go. The stone mask is hidden at Mountain Smithy. Oofed. Alright. Nothing there. Do we tackle Oceanside Spider House now? I mean, we can't do too much at Oceanside, but we can still do a bit. Okay, no, let's go Zora Cape first. Let's finish out Zora Cape. Okay, that chest already looks like it's nothing, which is really good. No, okay. I was going to say, there is a very specific angle at which you can hook shot it, where you won't actually, where you can actually clip onto the ledge, but that's fine. Excellent. Alright, let's continue on. There's one more chest that we've got to check up here as well. And I'm very sorry to tell you, we will not be doing beaver racing today. Nothing. Okay. Without magic, this is a little bit more difficult to do, but it's fine. So the strategy here is to stun it with the... There we go. Alright, nothing. This normally has a heart piece, which is why we need to check it. Hello, the real Matthew. Hello, how you doing? How's it going? I apologize for my voice. I am currently sick. How's your Arvo going? Or morning or evening. I don't know where you are, but how you going? Hey, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are getting so close to that 500 follower goal. That's incredible. Actually wild. That we're so close. Alright. Now I'm excellent. Thank you for the recommendations. Oh, are you the friend? Oh, hello, Abercrombie. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. How are you doing? You are so welcome for the recommendations. Thank you. I'm so glad to hear that you enjoyed it. I'm so glad. Yeah, no, I'm so glad to hear that you enjoyed it. I was worried that the weather would have been too crappy. I was worried the weather would have been way too crappy because it's where I am. It's been raining non-stop. Name's Ava. Also, how do you do? Hi, I'm good, Ava. How about you? The botanical gardens were incredible. Yeah, they are so good. I love the botanical gardens. I used to go there all the time on my lunch break when I worked in the city. Yeah, whatever, case. And there we go. Nothing? Literally nothing. Excellent. Alright. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm fairly well. There we go. Yeah, how are you enjoying yourself? How are you enjoying your time here in good old AU of S? Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, my brain is not functioning well. I'm just barely functioning here at the moment, I'm not gonna lie. Excellent. So with the stray fairies, we only actually need to collect one to get the reward for each stray fairy. I'm at your port right now, but it was great here. Ah, excellent. That's awesome. Wait, so a port, so like you were here on a cruise or something? Because that's cool. I kind of forgot that cruise ship. I wouldn't be surprised that cruise ships are here, considering, I don't know, I've been on plenty of cruises. But I am also surprised. Excellent. Because we have our statues shuffled, it doesn't actually matter if we hit our statues or not. Leaving on a cruise. Okay, that makes so much sense. Hey, is that a razor sword? Nice. Progressive sword, 103 rupees. Just give it to me, man. Just give me the sword. You can just give it to me. Capitalism, man. Alright. Move out the way. Oh, that's awesome. Where are you heading to on your next on your cruise? Because that's awesome. I do love cruises. My old no, I don't want Japas. My old workplace, they're like, we all hate cruise ships. They're the, you know, terrible bacteria. Yeah, anyway. And I was sitting there in the back going, I love cruises. Please put me on a ship where I don't have to cook or clean, and I can just drink cocktails for like 6 hours a day. Yes, please. There we go. Do we get the cutscene for this? We get the cutscene. We haven't seen this cutscene on stream before. Oh no, we don't even get the cutscene. That's lame. Exactly, right? Like, cocktails and trivia and fun activities all day. Yes, please. I don't see how anyone could hate a cruise. They're genuinely so much fun. The last cruise I went on was the beginning of last year. It was like a big family cruise, which was awesome. What are you selling us? Mask of Truth for 40 rupees. We'll take that. Alright. Yeah, like the last cruise I went on was beginning of last year. And genuinely, it was so much fun. I did music trivia. We went and visited so many different places. And it was a short cruise too, so we packed in so much in the short cruise. I went on the water slides, because, you know, good luck getting me off a water slide or a ride in general. I want to go on a cruise where I can enjoy myself. The last and only one I went on wasn't the greatest. Why wasn't it the greatest? What happened? I want to know. Tell me about it. Please, I want to know. This cutscene is usually skipped, so I'm very excited that it's here. Several things. One, my partner at the time is very antisocial. Ah, yeah. That can be a little bit hard. That can be a little bit hard when, like, you're in such a social environment and there's so many things to do and see, but you're with someone who just either can't or won't handle those things. Whether or not it was like they were intentionally antisocial or not, yeah, it can be quite difficult. Alright. The cute part of the cutscene's over. Let's go. Then when we went to shore, we went on a tour and they kind of forced us right back on the boat. Oh, yeah, that's valid. I've never done a tour. So for anyone who hasn't been cruising before, you can book tours with the cruise company. And, like, you can book tours and activity when you're on shore. And a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, the moment you get on one of those tours, you cannot do anything else for the entire day. Like, you can't go exploring by yourself. You can only follow the guided tour, and then they direct you straight back onto the boat. It doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes sometimes it happens. I don't like it. That's why I don't go on tours. And you also spend like $300 or $400 on them. Matthew, if you have booked a tour, I'm sure you'll very much enjoy it. I'm not here to dissuade you. Yeah, that's very fair. I've never been on a tour myself. I think every time I've just sort of done, like, you know, my own sort of exploration. I know when I was on a cruise, we landed in Christchurch, and I think I spent like half of my day in Christchurch just buying more Polaroid film. And I wouldn't have been able to do that if I had a tour book. And mostly the energy was just down because we were mourning the loss of my mother. She was supposed to come with us on the cruise, but passed shortly before. We scattered her ashes off the back of the boat with permission. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Insect. That's awful. That's so awful. But also really lovely that, you know, a part of her got to join you on the cruise. And, you know, that's such a sweet thing that you were able to sort of bring a part of her along and, you know, be able to scatter the ashes like that. That's actually a really sweet way to honor her and really beautiful. But also, yeah, it would put you in the right headspace for it wouldn't put you in the right headspace for that. I can definitely understand that. I'm sorry to hear about your mum. I've never lost a parent. Knock on wood. I don't want to. In all honesty, I never want to know what that feeling is like. Of course, at a certain point, you know, things are inevitable, blah, 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 but also, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what that feeling is like. So I'm very sorry that you do know what that feeling is like. 20 rupees. Nice. I do have a video of us scattering her ashes as a memory of it. Oh, that's beautiful. That's stunning. It's lovely. Yeah, I'm so glad you were able to make that memory at least. That's an arrow. That's fine. Also, Mexico just wasn't as fun as I thought it would be. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that about Mexico. That they didn't find it as fun as they thought they would. I've never had a desire to travel to Mexico. Not that there's anything wrong with Mexico. It's just, it's never been high on my travel list. What is that? What is that? I remember going to Rosarito and it was neat, but Ensenada was kind of boring. Oh, they're just decky nuts. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I've heard the same thing about Ensenada. A lot of people found it kind of underwhelming. Yeah, no, that's very fair. I've heard that before. Again, I've never gone to Mexico. I've only left the country once. But, like, I've only been to one overseas country. But I've heard a lot of travel stories from other people, and I have heard the same about Ensenada and Mexico in general. Mexico is a huge exporter of olive oil. I never knew that either. That's actually pretty interesting. Huh. You wouldn't expect that. The more you know, I guess. Alrighty. Just resting on your day off. Yeah, you don't get many days off, so yeah, absolutely. We need magic, don't we? Let's reset here. I'm hoping this wasn't a mistake. Okay, cool. That wasn't a mistake. Good, 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 good. Alright. I was going to say, we weren't ever going to do too much of Great Bay, but I just wanted to unlock it. Let's go... We're about to hit day 3. So on day 3, Romani Ranch opens up to us. And we can also go check out Snowhead now that we have the blast mask. We still don't have bombs, but we can at least do some stuff with the blast mask, and I think that's our best bet. We've got so many grottos. We've got Cow Grotto. We've got so many things in Termina Field that we can do, and that's hopefully going to unlock Song of Soaring for us as well. That's a big one. I was supposed to do trail work with the scout this morning, but they didn't show, so I just did tool shed cleanup instead. Oh, very nice. That's awesome. Not that your scout didn't show up, but that you were able to still do some stuff. That's awesome. I was actually meant to put in a load of washing before I started stream. Oops. That's alright. That's this evening's problem. Welcome back, Salva. Happy Valentine's Day. Hello, BC Plays. Happy V-Day to you too. How you doing? Alright. Okay, cool. As you can tell, I am my voice is starting to fade a bit more and more as we go on. So I might be talking less and less, but I will always respond. Or at least try to respond. We got that one. It's fine. Goats remains at Romani Ranch. Which means that the only one that we need a hint on is Twin Mold. Wait, did that just give us a hint to Twin Molds? No, we've got Twin Molds. We need Georgs. Alright, let's go Cow Grotto. Yeah, how you going, BC Plays? I will say though, if you're ever wanting to go on a holiday, but don't want to pay for flights or anything, cruises, pretty good bang for your buck. Pretty good bang for your buck. depends what cruise you book, of course, but I've always found no issues with them. Oops. Magic! Oh, we got magic! That's excellent. Pictograph box, nice. Song soaring? Sorry, song. Right. So, Saria's song is an interesting one. Saria's song is really interesting in the sense that... Couple's mask, nice. It really shouldn't do anything for us, because Saria's song doesn't actually appear in the game. But it does have one interesting use for us. It's essentially a panic button. So once per save file, we can play Sari's song to get to get a hint about what's... What am I saying? Yeah, once per game we can get a hint on on an item that we need to beat the game. Once we do that, we lose the ability to play Saria's song. Are you close enough to the port to hit the boat horns? Unfortunately not. I wish I were. When I worked in the city, I had such a great view of the boat and the horns. But I live about an hour away from the city now. So Ducky redeemed a meta action. Hydrate, preferably with tea, but if you're willing to go on a break to make tea. If you can't stop and have a nice drink for your poor throat. Thank you, Ducky. Is this the song? It looks like literally nothing. It's literally nothing. Okay. I will take... I don't know about a big sip, because it's quite hot. Actually, it's a good drinkable temperature. Oh my god, this is why I don't drink on stream. So this tea has the color of like really dirty water, but it's actually really good. It's catnip, vervain, and lemongrass tea mixed with a bewitching blue tea, which has some really nice things in it, with a hint of echinacea tea, which is for cold and flu properties, and a hint of it because I'm pretty much out of it, and then honey as well. So thank you for that, Ducky. I appreciate it. The lily pads in that room kind of remind me of the ones with giant spikes on the bottom. Oh, in Skyward Sword, yeah, absolutely. No, I can definitely see that. What have I missed? Sorry, I'm just trying to think of what I've missed that could have... Oh, actually, could be Kamara over here. Oh, the IRL one, right. Sorry, everything in my brain is Zelda. So, yes, that makes way more sense, yeah. No, I see that too. I totally see that. I wish I could have seen more of the country and less of the city. We did go to the aquarium and rode the boat through the penguins. The boat through the penguins is so cute. I love that. It's so much fun. Oh, that's just Zelda's Lullaby. Excellent. And you went to the zoo as well. That's awesome. Did you walk into the tunnels and stuff like that? So in Sydney Aquarium, I don't know if it's a thing in other aquariums. I assume so as well. No, where am I going? This way. You can go into there's this big tunnel in the fish tank and you walk through, and you can, like, there's sharks swimming above you and all that. It's so much fun. I love it. I did and my daughter did. Oh, that's lovely. I was gonna say, if you're scared of open water or sea creatures, it's probably not a good thing for you, but yeah, otherwise it's beautiful. I will say there's the only downside of Sydney. No, wait. One of the downsides of Sydney. I'm not going to say the only downside. I'm not going to be that obtuse. One of the downsides of Sydney is the fact that the city itself, I'm not going to lie, there's not a lot to do there. Once you've done a few things, you've pretty much done it all. Outside of the city is where the place really shines, I think. Sydney used to be a lot more, used to have a lot more going for it, but then lockout laws happened and it pretty much killed the social scene in Sydney City. It was incredible seeing seeing sharks above your head, and there's some massive stingrays in there. Absolutely. Oh yeah. My fiance and I went, I want to say like a year or two ago. It hasn't been that long. And it's just so much fun. Genuinely so much fun. And you're watching all of these guys above your head, and oh, I love it. Actually, it might have been 2 years ago. That same aquarium also had like an Animal Crossing themed event on, where you could walk around and, like, you know, they played the aquarium music, like the museum music from Animal Crossing, and you could collect stamps, and you had like little cutouts of Blathers and Isabel and stuff like that along the way. Genuinely so much fun. And I went to that with my friends, I think that was last year. And so much fun. Hey! With the Clocktown Stray Fairy, we can now do the Clocktown checks. My friends said the same about Melbourne. The curfew laws decreased a lot of the activity, and COVID killed off what was left. I would argue there's probably still more to do in Melbourne, but yeah, I agree. Melbourne post-COVID and pre-COVID, two very different places. I still love Melbourne though. I think there's probably more to do in Melbourne as an adult. Like with kids, there's probably more to do in Sydney. But as an adult, there's like so many cool bars and restaurants. So much, like, the places have more personality. Sydney places kind of boring, kind of stock standard. We were gonna go skip the botanical gardens, then Insectech said that you recommended it, so we decided to go, and it was gorgeous. Yeah, I do love the botanical gardens are genuinely stunning. I do love those. Botanical gardens absolutely slap. I will 100% agree with you on that. I think the first time I went to botanical gardens was when I was in high school for like for an excursion. Top notch. Genuinely so good. There was there's this musical theatre group called Star Kid, and they used to do a lot of parody musicals. Like they did what was called a Very Potter musical. It was and it went viral on YouTube in back like 2009 sort of thing. But they're a full-fledged musical community, like a full-fledged group. And we used to have like regular like Star Kid fan meetups in Sydney, and they were always hosted at the Botanical Gardens. So like, I would say like 2012, 2013, there was like always like a solid shot that you'd see a group of like musical theatre nerds scream singing in the gardens. It was great. Things are pretty expensive here though, especially restaurants. Yeah, no. Australia's expensive. I feel like people are not properly warned of how expensive Australia is. That's something that everyone who has ever visited Australia has told me. They're like, we were not prepared for how expensive it is. Sydney in particular is the worst. I think it was voted in the top 10 most unaffordable cities in the world. And that's not just the city, but the greater area. It's ridiculous. Our medium house price is something like 1.5 million now. In fact, I got an ad the other day, and they were like, this house sold for only $1.8 million. And it was a teardown. It was basically a ramshackle inn. Like, the doors were broken, and the place was falling apart, and yeah. Like, you're paying for the land, not for the house. And then the restaurant's also expensive. I'm talking like, you talk a mid-range restaurant, everything's like $40 to $50 a meal, or like $130 for a 3-course set menu. Everything's expensive in the city. I was talking to my mum the other day, and I was like, yeah, I went out for dinner with my friends, and you know, the restaurant was fairly good. Like, you know, we paid like $80 for a charcuterie board, and that filled us up. And she was like, $80 for a charcuterie board? What? There we go. So yeah, absolutely wild. I have a sword. What am I doing? I have a sword. There we go. I want to see the Canadian Botanical Gardens again. Ooh, they would be stunning. Bucart Gardens. I don't know if I'm even pronouncing. That's creepy. I don't like that. The way he was moving just then, I don't like that. Why was he running around like a little spider? That's creepy. Go away. Alright. This is the last snowball. This is a slow, painful process because we still don't have bombs. It's because you're an island and have to import everything, right? Well, we've still got quite a bit going for us, but it's also because we have a lot of developers buying. In terms of the house costs, it's because we have a lot of developers buying up lands for rapid expansion, and it's just driven up prices. And a whole bunch of other stuff that, being quite frank, I do not understand well enough. You know, rising interest rates and escrow and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be honest, I do not understand enough about. I'm personally probably never going to be able to afford a house, so my level of care is at a minimum in terms of understanding exactly what the technical terms are. But yeah, it's ridiculous. It also feels more expensive than it is to an American, though, because since your dollar is about... It also feels more expensive than it is to an American because your dollar is about 67 cents. That's it. I was going to say, at least you guys get a fairly okay deal in the oh, okay. In the exchange rate, yeah. Otherwise, ugh. Boo chart. Okay, that's it. That's much better. From my understanding, only about 15% of the country is actually occupied. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. So, Australia, big shape. So, the middle of it, absolutely nothing. You have Tasmania, which has, if this is Tasmania, you've got a little bit across here and a little bit across there. I think there's some small settlements in the middle. I'm actually not too sure. Then you've got the East Coast, which is Queensland, New South Wales, the ACT, and Victoria. And then you've got South Australia just as well, but not actually. So Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales, ACT, and Victoria. And the edges of all of those are occupied. So right from the top of Cairns here, down around, all of that's got stuff in it. And all populated cities on the coastline. And then you get a little bit further in, say 50 kilometres in, and you've got suburbs. And then another 50 k's from all the suburbs, you've probably got farmland. And then you've got pretty much nothing. And then South Australia and Northern Territory are in the middle. and only the top of the Northern Territory is occupied, and that's like what, Alice Springs, and that's it. Again, my knowledge of the Northern Territory, it's the only state I haven't been to yet. South Australia, you have Adelaide, which is tucked sort of on the right side of that. And then Adelaide is basically, it's a city but with country town feels. So you go about 50 k's from that and there's nothing. And then you've got Western Australia, which is the west coast. That's just basically Perth, and it's actually the most isolated main city in the world because there's nothing around it. The entire middle, the top of Western Australia, the entire middle, and most of the northern and southern territories are nothing. And it's also because, most of it's just straight up desert. It's uninhabitable. Someone who is better at Australian geography might contradict me on that, and you should believe them. My Australian geography is not great. In Australia, the middle of our country is called desert. Yeah, uninhabitable, there you go. There's a town called Coober Pedy where they all live underground. Oh, I forgot about Coober Pedy. They need to get their scientists and engineers on that to make the other 95% livable. Right? It's also, there's just also a crap ton of really, really poisonous and venomous animals that I feel like people just don't want to muck around with. In fact, Australia, like, there's actually roads where they tell tourists, like, they encourage tourists to never go down, because it's kind of like, you start going down this road, at a certain point, if you do not have, like, a jerry can of fuel in the back of your car, you're gonna get stranded, and you're gonna have to call someone, because there's just nothing around you for, like, days worth of travel. It's kind of wild. Deport all the animals, honestly. Yeah, I'll give all the inland and coastal taipans to you guys. Yeah, you guys can have all those. Too many, but we need to stop foreign investment. Yeah, too many people don't have houses and have to rent off people who don't even live in Australia. Don't care about the people, just about the rent. I will say, Sydney's rent price is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. There's also a lot of Indigenous tribes still active, and a lot of people aren't. Adult wallet, fantastic. And a lot of people aren't welcome. Yes, that's also very true. We do have a lot of Indigenous communities that do prefer to be left alone, as they should. As they absolutely should, and that's very fair. Send all the brown snakes to Florida. Yeah, inland taipans, brown snakes, all of that. Straight to Florida. Australia has like 5 of the 10 most venomous snakes in the world. Not it for me, Chief. In fact, the eastern brown snake, the most venomous snake in the world, my community watch group on Facebook actually has a whole thread dedicated to, there's an eastern brown snake in this in the park on this street. Just FYI. Hey, we found an eastern brown snake in our backyard. Hey, there was an eastern brown snake just chilling on the footpath there in front of this school. My HSC history exam, the final history exam for my grade, got interrupted because there was an eastern brown in the hall where everyone was taking their exams, which is just wild. Like, they're not even, hello, what's this? Postman hat. They're not even hard to find. Like, they're fairly common. And they're also, it's illegal to kill an eastern brown snake. So you essentially, not that I would ever want to kill a snake. I actually quite like snakes. But like, you have to leave them alone. Also, because they're going to get you first. Sydney funnel web, look it up. Yeah, Sydney funnel web, they're my nightmares. In fact, I'm massively arachnophobic, so any kind of spider is my worst nightmare, but there's surely that. Yeah, I could never. Animals could be taken care of. It could be taken care of. It's the water that's the problem. Oh, yeah. Wait, are you talking like, you know, the beaches in general? Or are you talking like, you know, animals in the beaches? Because both valid problems. In fact, Australia's had quite a huge issue. There it is. Nope. Why would you spawn me right there at that angle? Why would they make it illegal to kill something that could kill you? Primarily because people would be idiots and try and they would get themselves killed trying to get rid of them. I think it's different rules for like farmers and rural communities. But in Australia at the very least, like in like urban and suburban areas. Yeah, we've had quite an issue at the moment of shark attacks in our beaches at the moment, which is not good at all. In fact, it's been a bit of a tragedy for a lot of families recently. What do you mean? Thank you. Oh my god. No! Okay, you know what? We're refreshing. We're restarting. Yeah. And we've had so many shark attacks recently. Then we've had a lot of issues with I've said this before on this stream. There's a subreddit. It's called Oops, That's Deadly, and it's dedicated to people doing dangerous and reckless things that can put their life in danger. Half of it is filled with tourists picking up blue-ringed octopi in Australia and going, look at this cute octopus that I found. It's got these beautiful blue rings. The blue-ringed octopus has enough venom in its bite to kill 26 men. There's people picking up conch shells, which are also, like, they're probably, I think, the most poisonous or most venomous creature in the world or something like that. You've got people picking up stonefish, which, no thank you. Like, yeah. Ugh. Only Australia can name a swimming complex after a sitting prime minister that drowned. Yeah, Harold Holt drowned in the 60s? 66, I think. And we named a swimming pool after him. He walked into the ocean and never came out. Like, most unserious country ever. Yeah, the prettier the animal, the more dangerous. That's it. Because the blue-ringed octopus is objectively gorgeous. It is a gorgeous-looking creature. But also, yeah. That goes for the girls, too. Oh, well, you know I'm the safest person alive, then. I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Alright. Matt, I'm gonna send all the retics to your house. No. Oh, it's brilliant. Remind me not to mess with Sal, then. We went about it two very different ways, and I will take the compliment there. Okay, that chest looks like nothing. What about that chest over there? I forgot to check that one. That also looks like nothing. Okay, let's go Romani Ranch. Alright, let's go Romani. Yeah, so many things in Australia are so deadly. But also, don't ever freak that out and potentially stop you from visiting Australia. Because, well, number one, we tend to keep our tourists fairly safe. Provided that they follow the rules and don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, yeah. No, but Australia's fairly safe, all things considered. In the main areas, at least. Just don't go out onto any major roads in the middle of the desert without knowing. Don't try and climb national monuments outside of the harbour bridge, but like in guided tours only. You can climb the harbour bridge, but it's like $300 or $400. Woodfall Stray Fairy. Okay, cool. Yeah, we knew that. Evil is afoot. Thanks, game. Hooray! Unsupervised bushwhacking. As someone who's got, I do a lot of hiking and bushwalking and all of that, and even so, I'm like, oh, 150 rupees will give us junk. No, thank you. Even then, the idea of doing an unmarked trail, no, thank you. The ticks alone, the idea of ticks alone freaks me out. And the definition of stupid, and I made it. See, there you go. Hey, it's alright. I'm right there with you. It's the definition of stupid, and I haven't died yet, so we're good. Evil is afoot. Stop telling me that evil is afoot. In the Japanese version of the game, Deku Link can actually burrow into this path. Like it's a Deku flower. Just a fun little fact for you. Alright. Nothing. Oh, froggy mask. At least we don't have to deal with bears. That's something I will always be grateful for. The idea of going camping and there's like a friggin' bear, that weirds me out. I'm out on your way back. Make the pilot land in LAX and let you off. I hopped on a plane to LAX. I'm not gonna continue that. Hey, we finally have bombs. It's only taken us ages. Bottle of gold dust. That's also really good. That looks like a blue rupee. Except the drop bear. Oh yeah, we do have drop bears. That's true. I forgot about the drop bears. We do have drop bears. Later to face hidden at Cuckoo Shack. Good luck. Thanks, man. What are the white flowers? Oh, keys. I left my daughter in the room by herself for 5 minutes and she managed to put on the wiggles. Goated. Goated combo. Goated. Your daughter has excellent taste. Not gonna lie. Wiggles. Top tier. OG Wiggles. Yeah, OG Wiggles. Don't forget about Glacius Atlanticus. The weird little sea dragon things. Weird little sea dragon things. Blue and white almost look like birds, but they are toxic to touch. Hang on. What are these? Oh, yeah, those things. Yeah. The blue angel. Yeah. I forgot about those. The blue sea dragon, the blue angel, yeah. Nice. I forgot they existed. Yes, I do a lot of deep diving. At like 1 AM on like venomous and dangerous sea creatures because I'm a glutton for punishment apparently. I picked up like 30 of them on a beach before I knew what they were. I'm really glad you're still with us. That's wild. Yeah, Heart Piece is hidden in the Gorman track. Excellent. That's probably in the grass patches. Alright. We have Mask of Truth. Let's do Doggy Racetrack. Give me Gold Doggy. Where's the Gold Doggy? remember the radio broke at work and it was playing the Wiggles Fruit Salad song and Wheels on the Bus and SpongeBob Friendship. I love that. I love that. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. Goated song. I'm not gonna lie. I listened to that as an adult. Still goated. I remember seeing a blue bottle swarm wash up on the Florida beach. You get blue bottles in Florida? Like, you get blue bottles in the US? I did not know that. I was gonna say, I know you get them in, like... I know they're like, indigenous to, like... Oh my god, what's the place called? My brain is truly not functioning. The only name that's coming to place, the only place that's coming to mind is Puerto Rico, and that's definitely not it. God, where's that? There's the blue dog. Where's the world map? This is so embarrassing. I have to look up a map to figure out what I'm talking about. Papua New Guinea. Puerto Rico. Dude, I'm so fried. I knew they were like native to Papua New Guinea, I think Malaysia, but as well as Australia, but I didn't realize everything else as well. Wow. Cool, that gave us nothing. Oh wait. How many rupees did that give us? 140, didn't it? Because we got second. We need to do this again. That's why we didn't get anything. See, in the combined rando, it's always the gold puppy. I forgot that you can actually lose this. Yeah. Go Santa Go is the best Wiggle song. Actually, you know what? I will agree with that. Go Santa Go is a goated Wiggle song. You're in last place! No! No! Yeah, Go Santa Go is a goated Wiggle song. I will grant you that. Florida is south, so it might go along the southern current. Yeah, that's very true. We don't call them blue bottles here, we call them Portuguese Man of War, which is such a cooler name than Blue Bottle. Blue Bottle is such a dumb name, I'm not gonna lie. Portuguese Man of War? Cool. It's a cool name. It's a really cool name. Yeah, we have to play again. Give me wife and kids. No, go away. Yeah, wife and kids. Oh, right, we've already talked to her. Yeah, I'm trying to bring you the dog. There we go. Alright. Typically, it's the ones that say that their paws feel lighter than air, or the ones that are saying that they're here for their wife and kids, are the ones who are going to win. The minimum bet that you need to do is 70 rupees, but you have to get first place. Otherwise, you can do 80 rupees to get the second place. What a name, the poor Portuguese. It's a cool name though, right? Portuguese Man of War, goated name. It sounds so much more badass than Blue Bottles. Box jellyfish is also a stupid name for a very deadly animal. Mum and I saw them washed up on the beach and wanted to save them and start digging under them to keep them wet. Like 5 minutes later, we realized there were hundreds. You are also really lucky. No, I'm not gonna... Okay, cool. You're also really lucky because even when they're dehydrated and beached, they can still sting you really badly. They can still get you pretty badly. So you're very lucky that you didn't get got by that. Not that they're not deadly or anything, but they're just really painful. And they like that the tentacles wrap around you as well. I think it was my grandfather or something. I wasn't there. But my grandfather had one wrap around his stomach once. Ouch. And like they welt and everything like that. Progressive bomb bag is at the Goron racetrack. Those were really tiny. They were all the size of walnuts. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Most of them are. Most of them are fairly tiny. Oh, we have slow walking on. This is gonna be a while. They're not the same thing. I just looked them up. Oh, really? All my research has suggested that they are the same thing. Portuguese man of war and blue bottles are closely related. Man of wars are larger while blue bottles are smaller, with the latter causing less severe stings. So there you go. There you go. I always thought they were the same. The more you know. Thank you for searching that up, Ducky. I was gonna say I've photographed quite a few blue bottles. I quite like them. Not touching them, obviously. I know, yeah, I thought they were genuine. I thought they were the same. That's awesome. Where's the last one? Thank you. That's not the last one. Did I get both the edge here? I'm willing to suggest that the one I missed is up the top here. Where the hell is this last one? According to National Geographic, Portuguese man of wars are also known as blue bottles due to the pneumatophores purple-blue colour. I probably butchered the pronunciation there. There you are. You little... Not gonna say the last bit of that one. There you go, I didn't know that. That's awesome. Ring of chickens. Magic! We did all of that for nothing. Alright. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I do think that, a lot of these creatures are just genuinely fascinating. There's not many creatures. That's the moon, by the way. Yikes. New metaphor. That's right. That's right. I feel like a lot of the Australian creatures are kind of misunderstood. Except for spiders. The spiders can, you know, they can get bent. Don't like spiders. How about a good old-fashioned box jellyfish? I don't mind a box jellyfish. Then again, I've never been stung by one, so that's probably why I don't mind them. Remains? Remains. We have one remains left, which we have no hint for. And we have Oath to Order left. Keaton mask, that's good. Heart container. I was really worried that, I was really worried for a second there that, Goat's mask was going to be stuck behind, Romani in Crimea. Nothing. Excellent. Going to the Palm Beach County Parks and Recreation Department, Parks and Rec. Portuguese man of war is predominantly present from November through April due to strong easterly winds that carry them close to shore. There you go. Palm Beach is in Florida, right? I'm assuming. That's actually really cool. I didn't know they ever appeared in the US. That's wild. Alright. Let's quickly... There's not much we can do here, is there? No, I was gonna say Palm Beach is in Florida. I'm fairly certain about that, but also I've never been to the US. I'm not strong on my US geography, so thank you for confirming that. Where's my horse? No. Do we have Gato mask? No. Okay. Song of Soaring would be the next thing that I would like to find. Whether or not we actually are able to find it, different story. No. No, okay. I'm gonna have to use Goron Mask to get over that if I want to get there. That's fine. What else in Termina Field haven't we checked? Is it just Kamara's mask check that we haven't done? We did the Cow Grotto. I'm fairly certain. Unless I've forgotten any trees. But I don't think I have. Because that tree doesn't count. Nor does that one. Alright, we're just going to do a quick skip around to see if I've forgotten any trees. I think it's just Kamara's mask that we've got to do now. Which requires Song of Healing. So Song of Storms might be hidden behind Song of Healing. Not Song of Storms. Song of Soaring might be hidden behind Song of Healing. Which does low-key suck a little bit, but that's fine. The only other thing it could be is, oh, that's true actually. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Put the fries in the bag. The only thing it could be is, telescope. The observatory. Astral observatory item. Because it spawns in Termina Field, I think it's counted as Termina Field. Okay. Let's check this, and then let's go back to Termina Field. Grass patches. Nothing. Grass patches, nothing. Excellent. We'll also check to see what the, if the chest is anything up here. Because if it is, we'll have to come back for it. Largest quiver, nice. Lens of truth, lens of truth, nice. Alright. How are you feeling? How are you doing? Compass? Nice. Now that we have magic, we can go back and do more of Great Bay, actually. That chest honestly looked like nothing. Yeah, that chest is nothing. That's fine. Perfect. Alright, let's go back to Termina Field. Alright. I'm getting hungry but cozy undercovers and don't want to get up. Yeah, so valid. Honestly, so valid. I should probably eat soon too. I've got, my lovely mother brought over some muffins the other day for me. I might have one of those soon. That actually sounds pretty banging. Ooh, hello. That's actually a chest of value. Possibly. What is this? A mask? Oh, Captain's hat. That's actually strangely fitting of a location for that. We'll come back. There's no point doing Captain's hat checks now, so we'll come back for that. But that gives us more things to do inside Oceanside Spider House. Okay, let's go into Termina. Into Clockdown. Alrighty. What do you want to eat, Insectec? Family and I went to lunch at a friend's sandwich shop for lunch earlier. They've been running at that shop for 59 years. Just short of 60 years, and the landlord isn't releasing... What? No, that's heartbreaking. They've got to renew the lease. What the hell? That's actually so sad. Their last day's Wednesday. I'd never been, so I had to go to support them. Absolutely. That's so sad. That's actually so heartbreaking. I had a friend at one of my old jobs. During COVID times. Like during COVID, there was this whole thing where, you know, companies had to shut. Like non-essential companies had to shut. And any that didn't were basically named and shamed. So there was this bakery that was operating and refused to shut. Oh no, it wasn't that they couldn't operate, it was that they couldn't accept, they could only do takeaway orders or something like that, and they couldn't allow people to sit in. And this bakery was still allowing people to sit in the bakery. It was violating, you know, COVID protocols because of that. So they were named and shamed, but they actually named the wrong bakery, and they listed my friend's parents' bakery instead. And they lost so much business, and they were actually, they lost so much business, and they were vilified online, but it wasn't even them, it was a different bakery. But the news source just didn't bother to put the correct name of the bakery on there. Wild. Yeah. You can't petition, might as well buy the damn building. Several news creams came and interviewed them, but the landlord won't budge. I heard them say that they have a new place lined up if you see. Oh, so they've got a new place. Oh, that's so good. As long as they've got a new place, that's amazing. But I can't believe 60 years. And the landlord was like, nah. 42315. 42315? Yeah. There we go. Alright. Instead of getting the bomber's notebook for that, we got a heart. Excellent. Grand. Just what I wanted. Alright. Alright. Should do old farmers foreclosure auction. What's that? What's that? Oh my, Bunny Hood can stay on even with the transformation masks? That's so cool. Oh, there's our Snowhead boss key, the useless one. There's a lot of shops like that, then landlords are being greasy, raising the rent, forcing tenants out, then the place sits vacant for years. Yeah, I was gonna say it's a lose-lose situation because people won't pay the increased rent prices. Please, please put Bunny on Goron. That'd be so cute. When we find the Goron mask, absolutely. When we find the Goron mask, yeah. If farmers defaulted on a loan and the bank tried to foreclose on the property, farmers' buddies would all hang around at the auction, for the foreclosure auction. One person would bid $1 and then everyone else would shut up. Oh, that's so cool. I love that. That's some mateship right there. Was that the sound of the... Oh wow, I don't even have to watch the cutscene. It was just magic. That's a little unfortunate, but that's cool. Okay. Nothing. And often the bank let the existing mortgage stand even if they had to foreclose. Very cool tactic, very anti-corporate. That's cool. I do like that. That's awesome. I do like that. Imagine if people were cool like that today, right? I'm loving the Bunny Hood combo. Why didn't we have Bunny Hood sooner? I love this. Alright. Night of the third day is probably going to be our next hit. Yeah, she's not here, is she not? Alright, we're going to have to come back and do the phase mask check later. Here's what my thinking is. My thinking is we let Moonfall start. Let's donate our money. Oh! Okay, cool. I'll take ice arrows. Alright. Night of the final day will bring some stuff for us, hopefully. Oh, bomb shoes. Excellent. 107 rupees. We'll take that. No. This is not what I want to do. There we go. Having the bunny hood on while you're doing this kind of sucks. But if we had allowed the night of the final day sign, we wouldn't be able to do this anymore. But you're Aussie too, aren't you, Eep? Wouldn't that work elsewhere? Would that work elsewhere? I doubt it would work today in today's society. Corporate greed is too much nowadays. Well, okay, magic. Worth it. Totally worth it. Thanks, game. Alright. No idea, probably not. Not these days, yeah. I doubt it would work these days. Alright. Wait, can I do couples master check yet? No, can I do that still? That's the question. I can. Perfect. Nothing. Excellent. I think it's more the times than the tactic. Banks are much more powerful and have more assets. That's it. Let's move that to the D-pad, and then that frees up our spots here. At least until we find Goron Mask. Alright. I haven't seen you hydrate in a while, Sal. Do you need to refill your drink? I probably should. I probably very much should. In fact, we might go on a quick 5-minute break while I refresh my tea, if that's alright, everyone. In fact, we're just going to let the timer go for a little bit. We're just going to sit here and enjoy the sun for a second. Alrighty. I'm gonna quickly refresh my tea. I'll keep an eye on stream, so if it gets too close to midnight, I will come back. But I'll be back in a few moments. I'm just going to turn my camera off. You guys just keep an eye on the time for me. I'll be back in a second. Alrighty. She's back. I also had half a muffin while I was gone. It was really nice. She's back with more muddy swamp tea. Yeah, when you said that you hurt yourself with the noodles, I thought maybe like you burnt yourself or you cut yourself while making them or something. I didn't realize that you meant like, you know, spice-wise. I love the fish that VC plays. My tongue is on fire, my tongue is numb, my ears are ringing and it's delicious. Can't help myself. Add a cracked egg and some frozen veggies in the cooking process and you've got a very painful, yummy, dry noodle. Yum. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a spice girl. If I were, I'd be ginger spice. No, I'm kidding. I'm not, wait, no, I like spice. I like spicy things. But I don't like painful spicy things. I like a good kick. Not like, you know, a thorough beating. If that makes sense. But no, that sounds really good. Adolwa, last seen on Road to Southern Swamp. Goat, last seen near Romani Ranch. Guyog, last seen near the... Okay, so our last So, is Guyog the last one that we need? Yeah. Oceanside Spider House. Okay, we got that. I was going to say, I knew that there were hints somewhere on these walls. Ginger spice. Yeah. Whoopsies. I saw Craig, not Craig, do several packets of spice from those with Monster in a blend. Ew. Like the energy drink Monster? Ew. I can't imagine that tastes good. Whoa, with Monster. Yeah, right? Ew. Ew. Alright, we're essentially just waiting for... What time is it? I was gonna say, if we were able to... If we had gotten that hint sooner, we could have gone Oceanside Spider House with no issue. Okay. I've always described spice in two ways. What are these two ways? Pray tell. There's actually no point in going down there. I just wanted to show. I need to know this. Head spice like wasabi and stomach spice like curry and bulldog. I love stomach spice and struggle with wasabi. Oh, I hate wasabi. I didn't know they could be on break. Pop off queen. Do you still sell a powder keg? Yeah, it is powder keg. Yeah, I hate wasabi, but it's not because of the spice level. It's because I'm an idiot. That's essentially why. It's not even 10 PM yet. Let's wait for this to tick over. And if it's 10 PM, then we'll have a good idea. Yeah, it's 10 PM. Okay, cool. Cool. Sells nothing. Does a whole weird thing with Monster. That's his whole channel. That's so cool to know. I did not know that. That's cool. Alright, so we know where Adolwa is. Sorry, we know where Guyog is. It is possible that we need Goron Mask and or Fire Arrows to get there. To get it though. Should be a sponsor, right? Yeah, no, I don't like wasabi because, that's what I was saying. I don't like wasabi. Not because of the spice level, but because when I was a teenager, all these, I was really weirdly competitive as a teenager. I was like, you know, I saw a whole bunch of guys attempting a challenge. I had to prove that not only could I do the challenge, I had to be better at all of them in the challenge. I was always so weirdly competitive about things like that. So all these guys were having teaspoons of wasabi. Like a teaspoon, wasabi paste, all of that. And I went, that's weak. We're gonna have a tablespoon of wasabi. I can do a tablespoon of wasabi. Salbow competitive, never would have guessed. Literally, right? Never would have guessed. Yeah, I was like, teaspoons are for wimps. I can do a whole tablespoon of wasabi. And they're like, yeah, but you can't cry and you can't throw up. And I went, easy. It made me ill for a few days. I did it. I didn't cry. I didn't throw up in front of them. But damn, did it make me sick for a couple of days. So now every time I see, smell, or taste wasabi, all I can taste is me being sick for a few days. I think in one of his latest vids, he boiled a burger in Monster. That's wild. Ew. I can't imagine that tastes good. Cool. Yeah, a boil tastes like winning, I guess. Oh, yes. And winning made me run to the bathroom. I did not enjoy winning. No, I did. I can't lie, winning was the best thing. But still. Was it real wasabi or horseradish wasabi? I would assume it's horseradish wasabi. Real wasabi is way too expensive. Especially for a bunch of high school boys showing off. Okay, now that it's... We could have technically have gone up here before final hours. But there's one other thing I want to do that's specific to final hours. So I thought we'd just knock this out at the same time. Nothing. Your horseradish wasabi. Okay, I take it back. Thank you. I don't know why we did that. There we go. I don't know why I'm taking the scenic way over to East Clocktown. West Clocktown. Whatever it is. There we go. There's like 4 pots in here that we've got to check. That's it. And we can only get access to this during final hours. Oh. I was hoping it would be something good. No. This is one of the checks that I always have to do because of, you know, being slightly traumatized by a previous run. There was one run that I did offline before I even started streaming, where everything that could be locked behind Zelda's Lullaby was locked behind Zelda's Lullaby, and Zelda's Lullaby was in those pots. And yeah, now I have to check it every time because I didn't bother. I was like, there are 4 pots. It's not gonna be in there. He's tossing around a heart container. I love it. Okay. No. Insect Tech, I'm really glad you don't care about spoilers, because spoilers. This is the real reason why we came up here, is just so we could check these pots, really. We will have to come back up here in the next cycle as well, but not to defeat anyone. So we'll get the Ocarina and the Song of Time check here. No, wait. No, we only get the Ocarina. Sorry, yeah, we only get this check. There we go. I guess we're gonna play Song of Time as Zora. There we go. Song of Time. Let's go. So Song of Time reverses time. We don't lose any of our major collectibles, but we do lose our arrows, our bombs, our... we don't lose the bomb bag, but we lose the bombs. We'll lose any rupees, anything like that. Are there not any actual boss fights in this? There are. There definitely are. We just haven't been... We've done half of one dungeon. That's it. I thought that we had set... I thought that we had set... like the remains to be at the boss... at the blue warp panels. So I thought that I thought that I had set it so dungeon remains had to be at the end of the dungeons. I did not. So we have yet to do any dungeons because we haven't needed to at the moment. There are 4 temples in this game with 4 bosses, like, each with 1 boss. 1 mini boss, 1 boss. Then there's... Sorry, I'm just trying to think. Arguably, there's... Okay, hang on. 1, 2... Arguably 5 mini dungeons. But your mileage might... I was gonna say they aren't classified. Some of them aren't actually classified as mini dungeons though. So things like... I'm gonna need some arrows and some bombs. Things like the Deku Palace isn't actually considered a mini dungeon, but it's like an area like that. Whereas Pirate's Fortress, yeah, my arrows, that's fine, are considered, yeah. You've got things like Pirate's Fortress, which is a mini dungeon. That's where we cleared out before. You've got Deku Palace, which isn't a mini dungeon per se, but it's like a major area that you have to go through first. Then you have these spider houses, which I didn't include into the equation actually. You have Secret Shrine, which is sort of like an enemy, but like not a boss rush, but an enemy rush of major enemies. Right, okay, well that was easy, I guess. We might as well still go through here anyway, but that was easier than I expected. We could have actually done that in one cycle. Then you have, no, nothing in those pots, I forgot to check those. Then you have Secret Shrine. No, sorry, Secret Shrine is what we just went over. Then you have, I have no Deku sticks. Then you have Beneath the Well, which, again, your mileage does vary on whether or not you consider it a mini dungeon or not. There are enemies, there's no boss fight or anything, but there are enemies and stuff. And then there's the Ancient Castle of Akana, which definitely is a mini dungeon by a very classic definition. Can you rewind time as many times as you want? Absolutely. You absolutely can. Anything that has changed within the Land of Termina, outside of like major collectibles, do reset, however. So we're not going to be able to full clear this just because of how much stuff is locked behind fire arrows. But we can at least do some parts of it. Nothing. Yeah, but you can reset time as many times as you want, essentially. So if you partial cleared a dungeon, it'll be reset. That's it. So if you do half a dungeon and then you leave and come back, you have to redo that whole dungeon. You reset time, you have to come back and do the entire dungeon again. Bottle. In fact, there was actually, the Prima guides caused quite a bit of a stir, believe it or not. I don't know, if you've ever owned a Prima guide, you might actually very much believe it. In fact, you probably will. Because the Majora's Mask Prima guide turned around and said that if you play Song of Time in a dungeon, you can get back to the beginning of the dungeon. It will warp you back to the beginning of the dungeon. Because there's a part in Great Bay Temple where you essentially have to you have to backtrack back to the very beginning of the dungeon. Oh, that's just magic, isn't it? Excellent. So yeah, there's a part where you can just essentially... How cool would it be if I could just take care of that? Excellent. Alright. Yeah, so if you... No, okay. We're not gonna have any arrows for this, that's fine. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Yeah, there's a part in Great Bay Temple Dungeon where you have to go right back to the beginning of the dungeon. And there's the Song of Soaring allows you to when you're in a dungeon, you can play the Song of Soaring and it allows you to walk back. But instead of telling people that they could do Song of Soaring to get back, they told people that they could do Song of Time to get back to the beginning of a dungeon. Except Song of Time resets back to Dawn of the First Day and resets all your progress. So people lost all of their progress in Great Bay Temple, which is arguably the worst dungeon. So everyone had to redo it. So if you partial clear a dungeon, it will reset apart from the chests. So anything like, any major item, like any of these items up here, any of the masks, and any songs, they all stay the same. Things like boss keys, mini keys, stray fairies, gold sculptures, and all of that, they all reset. You do, however, get to keep whatever owl statues you've activated. You get to keep your magic. You get to keep whatever remains you've already collected. However, when you defeat a dungeon and collect the remains, when you defeat a dungeon and collect the remains, the area in the local area changes. So for Snowhead, which is that big mountain, all of the snow melts and you have springtime. And that unlocks new things, like new mini-games and new grottos and all of that. All of that gets reset as well. So the swamp becomes repoisoned, Snowhead becomes overcrowded by Blizzard again, the water becomes misty again at Great Bay, and Arcana Canyon remains cursed. So any consumables reset, that's exactly it. All consumables reset. Which, low-key, does not slap. Alright, I think what we are going to do is we're going to play Saria's song. As I mentioned before, Saria's song we can play once to get a hint of a progression item. There is only one item that we need to find for win condition outside. There's only one item we technically need to find. So let's play Saria's song and get a hint on that. Search Great Bay Temple. You'll find what you need. Alright, we're going back to Great Bay. I guess we're just having the banging music. Okay, I was under the impression that you had to finish within the time limit or you had to start again. No. You have to, it's impossible to do everything on one cycle. No. It's impossible to 100% the game on one cycle. So if you want to do everything, if you want 100% the game, you have to reset time. I think it's a minimum of 3 times that you have to reset to get everything. But most people reset multiple times. Especially if they do what I've done and don't bother inverting time. Boom, boom, boom. Find 3 green rupees that aren't in the same place and go and get them. Alrighty, thank you for redeeming spoiler log, by the way. Let me... Give me a sec. I think this is the right... Give me a sec. Okay. I think this is the correct one. There are multiple spoiler log files. That's all. There it is, okay. Let me search up, just so I can make sure this is the right one. Let me just quickly search up something. Okay. Yep. Okay, cool. This is the right one. Ice arrows is bank reward. This is the right seed. Alright, I had a test seed before, which gave me blue eye, like they gave me ice arrows as my starting item. So that's why I was like, let's check the ice arrows. That's the one I can tell. Alright, green rupee. I can't get that one. Can't get that one. I already got that one. Already got that one. Already got that one. Alright, we're gonna get one in Great Bay. Temple. One's in a kind of graveyard. We've already gotten that one. We can't get that one. Can't get that one. Already gotten those. Already gotten that. Trying to find one that we haven't gotten. Alright, will you accept 2 from Great Bay? 2 from Great Bay and 1 from Termina Field. How about that? Wait, where's the Great Bay one? Alright. Sure, alright. We will get the Great Bay ones. Let's quickly go back to Termina and get the Termina Field ones. And then we'll get the 2 from Great Bay soon. Because that's where we were actually headed. Wait. Hang on. Before we do so, let me check. That... Damn it. I was hoping that would actually work. Ooh, I'll take the arrows though. Alright. Fine, let's go back to Termina Field. Alright, we're nearing the end of this. I can feel it. Game, come on. Come on, game. There we go. All that's left is to find Oath to Order. Alright. There's your green rupee. Alright, let's go back to Great Bay and get the other two. Aren't you impressed I knew which one to swipe at? Alright, let's go. But yeah, insect tech. So yeah, I think it's a minimum of 3 cycles or possibly 4 cycles. I think it's 3 to 100% everything. Actually, we can collect this one as our second one. Cheater, I didn't do anything. There's our second green rupee. Great Bay Coast and Great Bay Temple are 2 different places. There we go. Yeah, it's because some items you cannot get if you get other items. So the Blast Mask check actually stops you from completing the Anju and Cafe side quest. So it's you do need to do those things. Then the first cycle you do, you can't, like, the first cycle you have to reset on, because that's how you learn Song of Time. And then, yeah. Otherwise, back in the old days, there we go. Back in the old days of Majora's Mask speedrunning, any percent did not actually exist per se. Instead, people, instead of doing any percent routes, they would do best second cycle. And this was, it was, instead of using a real-time, an RTA timer, which is a real-time attack timer, instead of having, like, you know, a timer that counts in minutes and seconds, they would actually time it based off your in-game timer, like your in-game clock. So it was whoever could get to the door, or the Carnival of Time door, with all 4 boss remains and the Oath to Order first, like, you know, regardless of defeating Majora. They didn't even have to defeat Majora. It was whoever could get to the door first, within the second 3-day cycle. So it is possible to do it all in a single cycle. It's just you'd be employing a lot of speedrun strength and skipping a lot of content. Alright, let's clear this place out. Alright. Now that we have magic, we can actually progress past the first room, which is really nice. Thanks, game. Game. Bugger it. Actually, before we go through there, let's just quickly... There we go. Once again, if you're just slightly too short to reach a ledge, there's always a good chance that transforming in and out of Zora Link will be able to fix that problem for you. Alright. Sculpture token. Come on, game. There's your third green rupee. Thank you so much for making me search that up. I will say this dungeon's a lot more of a pain in the butt without hookshot anywhere on. This dungeon is a primary reason why I like hookshot anywhere. Alright. Unfortunately, with randomized stray fairies, we need to make sure we do every single stray fairy check. One of them survived, didn't it? Yep. Nothing. Excellent. Oh! That's a song. Bugger it. I don't have great fairies. Great Fairies Mask would ironically be really useful here. What the? Okay. Did I collect it? No. No, 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 no. Fine, let's just go here first. We'll come back for that one, I promise. Alright. I was really hoping for some magic there, but okay. How many keys do we have for this? 2. Or none. We have none. That's because there are none. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. That's the wrong way. We're gonna have to come back to this room as well, just because I don't have any magic. That's fine. Let's go back up. Come on. Thank you. Okay, I broke down and got up to get food. Honestly, smart decision. What did you get? What did you get? Okay, we know Goron is there. Oh, chicken tenders are so good. Chicken tenders slap. I won't mind some tendies, not gonna lie. Maybe I should get some tendies. Yeah, no, that slaps. My local Domino's does like a $5 pizza deal where you can get like albeit, like, you know, sort of cheaper pizza for $5. Screw you, game. Screw you, game. Usually, like, a cheese pizza or a basic ham and cheese or whatever. And, I'm so tempted to do that. Because, to be fair, I should not be spending money. I am poor. But also, I've been so good this week. I'm low on barbecue sauce. This sucks. I can't drown them in sauce. Barbecue sauce on... Oh. Excellent choice. Excellent choice, though. Barbecue sauce is way better than tomato sauce. I'll take that any day. Like, sorry, tomato ketchup. Ketchup. Yeah, no, barbecue sauce is the better. Excellent. All of that for nothing. Because we don't have fire arrows, I don't think we can get even into this room. But I'm fairly certain the icicles here are randomized. No, they're not, but they give us magic. That's fine. Yeah, whatever. Barbecue sauce slaps. My favorite brand of barbecue sauce is Stubbs. Ooh, what's that? Sounds good. I like their spicy sauce. Ooh, nice. Like the local home brand, sort of like the cheap stuff, does like a, bugger it. We're gonna have to come back for that on the other side. That's fine. There is another way to get that, so that's fine. Yeah, the local home brand does like a really nice honey soy barbecue sauce. Oh, so good. That's a good barbecue sauce. In fact, my dad recently went, "Hey, we've got a bottle of that in the cupboard. You want it?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And he gave it to me because I'm the only one who has barbecue sauce in my family. And I was like, "Dude, you know this expired like 5 years ago?" And he's like, "Well, oops." Well, actually, we can't even get in there because we don't have any keys at all. That sucks. Kinder's is okay, but it's got more sugar. I don't like it. See, you guys have more sauce options than us, clearly. I have no idea of any of these brands. See, when I think of Kinder's, I think of, like, Kinder Surprise, which I know is banned in the US. To be fair, there's a lot of US foods that are actually banned in Australia. Yeah, I was hoping you'd just let me in anyway. Yeah, it is pretty bad. 5 years outdated is not great. We have Fountain Master Foods and that's it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. No, it isn't banned. We have them. Ah. Wait. Are you... No, you're not Australian, are you, Insect Tech? Are you? No, you're not. I know this. I am so... Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, I know you're not Australian, yeah. Oh, wait, oh no, Kinder Surprise... I thought Kinder Surprises were banned in the US. That's what I've always been told. Sorry, I thought we were still talking about barbecue sauce. I don't know why. Again, I'm cooked, I'm faded, guys. I did not realize that Kinder Surprises weren't banned in everywhere in the US. Because, isn't it something like the FDA has a thing against toys in chocolate? Which, you know what? I can kind of understand that. And by kind of, I mean I very much understand that. That's weird. That's wild. Because there was a guy from Canada who got arrested. Isn't Smosh set in Cali? They're in LA, so yeah, California. Bro. Bro. The only reason why I know that LA is in California isn't because of my amazing geography skills. It's because of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Do you know how embarrassing that is? Maybe ours is a different version. Possibly, yeah. What? Bro. I think they really released Kinder Surprises with the, but the toy isn't. Oh, it might be that the toy's not inside. I think chocolate on one side and cream on the other. Is it like an egg? Insect, is it like an egg shape with a toy inside? Or like a toy on the side? Because there's Kinder Bueno, which is like the bar. And then there's Kinder Surprises, which is like a chocolate egg. And it's like milk chocolate on the outside, white chocolate, like creamy chocolate on the... Yes! On the inside. With a toy on the inside. Snowhead small key. I needed this one small key, but okay. Snowhead map. We're just finding everything for Snowhead. Just not Goro Mask, apparently. Plastic egg-shaped package. You open it and you peel off. Oh, that's... Okay, that's very different, but I like the sound of it. That sounds really cool, actually. Bugger it. That actually does sound pretty cool. Bro. Yeah. Oh, Kinder Joy. Oh. Interesting. And no toy in the middle. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. Come on. Put the fries in the bag, bro. Yeah, I was gonna say Bueno bars would have no issues. Bueno bars kind of actually slap. I do like a Bueno bar. I'm not like a huge sweet tooth person. Oh, I remembered this room now. Except now I've screwed it because now I can't unfreeze it. That's fine. That's fine, actually. No, come on, Sal. Damn it. Never mind. That was not a smooth recovery at all. I think I've soft locked it now. Bugger it. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I'm not like this. I don't have like the biggest sweet tooth. I'm not like a... Yeah, I don't have the biggest sweet tooth. I'm not like a person who has to have chocolate all the time. I prefer savory foods. But I don't know why. This week while I've been sick, I have been craving chocolate non-stop. Okay, you can tell I've never had one because I'm remembering it all wrong. Reading the description, it's sweet cream with cocoa wafer bites in it. Yum. That actually sounds really nice. That low-key sounds really nice. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? There we go. That's not anything special. That one we'll have to come back and check on. Yeah, ours are like, they're like milk chocolate on the outside, like that sweet cream on the inside. And then you have like a plastic egg with a toy in it instead. But the FDA banned them in the US because you guys aren't allowed to have toys inside your candy. Which, to be fair, makes sense. And I always thought that they were like Swiss or something, but apparently they're Italian. That's a regular old chest as well, that's fine. I guess they do have a toy but on the other side of the package, but not inside the... Okay, that makes more sense, yeah. That's fair. Okay, nothing. Oh, jeez. Alright. So far, everything here has pushed us towards Snowhead. But we just don't have a Goron mask, that's all. Kamara mask! That might get us closer to, what's this? Sonata! We can actually get into Woodfall now as well. Interesting. Okay, cool. So, yeah. Kamara Mask hopefully will give us Song of Soaring. If not, I can't think of any other checks that we've missed. Come on. That's right, we can't fully get across this room because we don't have fire arrows. I don't think there's anything else we can do in here. Like, in this room, I mean. Not unless we start a really well-timed hover from here and then somehow gain height. We can try it. Bugger it. Come on. That was just a bad angle. No. I'm gonna waste all my bombs doing this. And I'm just consistently hurting myself. No. Okay. No. Come on. Give me one more shot at it. Come on, dude. I can do this. From Wikipedia. Bro, come on. Thank you. Hang on. Why did I run into it? No, okay. There we go, okay. I don't even know if we're going to be able to get up there, though. That's the problem. Okay. You can check one more room in here, and then I think this is all we can do of Great Bay without fire arrows. But you know what? We've done a sizable portion of this, all things considered. That was stupid. Alright, from the wiki, it has an egg-shaped packaging that splits into one half contains milk cream topped with 2 wafer balls. The other contains a spoon and a toy and a spoon on top of the wrapper. It was launched in the US and Australia in 2028. I'm gonna assume like 2008. The Federal Drug, Food and Cosmetic banned all... Is that what the FDA means? That's cool. Bans all food products that contain non-nutritional objects embedded in it. Kinder Joy solved this problem as the food and the toy are in 2 separate containers, allowing the product to follow US guidelines. Oh, 2018. Okay, that makes sense. See, that's so cool. Ours literally just has the egg inside. Like, the toy inside of an egg. Which... I could not imagine it being any other way. That sounds cool and all, but it also sounds really weird. Excellent. Heart piece. Magic. Bombs. Magic. Alright, we can do... There's one stray fairy up here. Yeah, it's inside the egg, but it's in a container so the kids can't eat it. Which is a good thing because all of them... That's the moon's tear. All of them contain like really tiny pieces. Again, without this... Without the Great Fairy's mask, there's no real way to collect that. So that low-key sucks, but that's fine. Now, because we haven't set all the pipes, we can't actually get across here. We still probably can't get across here. There's like a weird delay with my controller, and it's just not working for me today. There we go. I don't know why I fought so hard to get into this damn boss fight. This is my least favorite boss fight. Just to make things easier, we're going to put this on our... There we go. You have to put warning labels on everything in the US. We have to protect ourselves from ourselves. That checks out. I mean this in the nicest way possible to the US. It checks out. To be fair, the inside of our shirts, well, I think these shirts are also kind of imported from some of these shirts are imported from the US. Some of them turn around and say, take off clothes before you iron them. So yeah. Or like the bags of nuts that you get that say this product might contain traces of nuts. Like, no kidding. Bro! Sniped me. I hate this boss fight, man. Actually sucked. You were actually just typing out about the nuts. Yeah, it's nuts, eh? I'm so not funny. This is arguably the least painful version of this boss fight too. That's the worst part. Alright, we're in the second phase. I remember seeing a bottle with a US and EU warning label. The US was a whole paragraph. The EU warning was basically saying don't be stupid. Honestly, checks out. Piss off and leave me alone, Georg. Georg. However you want to pronounce yourself. Alright. Once again, this boss fight is so stupid. Yeah, bonk. He's gonna snatch me out. Oh, just missed. Get good. There's another green rupee for you. Oh, I forgot you can do that. No magic, that's fine. Again, Georg sucks. I hate Georg. Worst boss fight ever. That's it. Okay, not the worst boss fight ever, but easily the worst in Majora's Mask. Mask of Sense is our reward for this. That certainly is a choice. Let's just check the pots underwater, make sure we haven't missed anything. Caution EU, do not ingest and keep out of reach for children. Caution USA, for external use only, do not ingest. Do not ingest. If swallowed, immediately call a doctor. Keep out of reach children. Avoid contact with eyes, mucous membranes. Discontinue use in case of irritations or allergies. Guard against slipping. Glass bottle may break. Attention. Risk of cuts if glass is broken. The risk of cuts if glass is broken is so stupid. I mean, the whole thing is, but that's particularly egregious. That's so dumb. Wow. Wow. Mask of Sands, and we get Oath to Order check here as well, which is just bomb juice. Excellent. Let's go Termina Field, see if we can get Kamaro Mask. Do Kamaro Mask check. Wait, no. We only got Kamaro Mask, we didn't get Song of Healing. No. Okay, in that case, let's go, let's Dance Monkey. And then let's go, let's Dance Monkey. And then let's go Woodfall, I guess. Essentially, we could run straight to Night 3. And we could run straight to Night 3 and get the Oath to Order hint. However, it's more fun if we explore at least 1 or 2 dungeons before we do so. We've done Woodfall. It wasn't a full clear, but we've done Woodfall. Now let's go... sorry, we've done Great Bay. Now let's go Woodfall. You see how much extra the US has to be? Yeah, that's wild. Instructions unclear. Have inserted it into anus. Didn't say I couldn't. How about the girl who used Gorilla Glue as hair gel? She sued because it didn't say she couldn't. That's so true. I was gonna say... I feel like a lot of that would be suing against... It would be protection against frivolous lawsuits. the gorilla... There was a, after the gorilla girl, like the gorilla glue girl, there was also a guy who did the same. He also gorilla glued his hair, set up a GoFundMe to get it fixed. But then when nobody donated, he got really mad and turned around and said, "But I thought if I put gorilla glue in my hair, I'd get rich." He didn't get much sympathy, I don't think. We got the pictograph box, right? Yeah, we've got the pictograph box. The gossip stone gave us a direct hint on the pictograph box, which makes me think it might be somewhat important. The other day, a lady tripped and fell in the parking lot. She came to the store, ranting and raving that we take responsibility for her injury. Literally, right? People get so caught up on it's never my fault. This isn't why I wanted to talk to Tingle, is it? Don't get me wrong, love plundering you, Tingle. Always great fun. Yeah. She tried to walk between cars and tripped over the parking block. She wasn't paying attention. She was wearing flip-flops. Yeah, the thong sandals, yeah. There we go. Picture of Tingle. Yeah, no, that's wild to me. I don't think I couldn't imagine living in a place where people are like that frivolous with their lawsuits. And yet, just a heart. Okay, nothing. And yet people still mock the McDonald's hot coffee lady, even though she was actually the victim, and that was not a frivolous lawsuit in the slightest. They still mock her for that, but then in the same breath they go on and on about, you know, friggin' I tripped over in the parking lot. Sorry, I have a lot of feelings about this apparently. I've worked here for 19 years, and in the last year we've had like 6 people trip and fall walking between their cars. But not a single time in the years before. Typical. Is it because people are just not paying attention anymore? Like they're all playing on their phones and stuff? Oh, right. I can totally imagine it's because people are just sitting there playing on their phones instead of actually paying attention to where they're going. Nothing in the parking lot has changed, yeah. That gives me big vibes that it's actually... Damn it. That it's actually the, it's actually just people not paying attention and playing on their phones. I feel like the sort of age of TikTok has ruined everyone's attention span. My attention span was already shot, but even I admit it's worse because of TikTok. There was this one old lady and she had her arms full so she couldn't even put her hand... Oh no, that's actually sad. She took the full force to her face. Oh no, that's actually sad. That one's actually sad. Poor old lady. Yeah, I remember one time my dad took a very heavy spill. He was carrying him washing. Nothing as exciting as that poor old lady. He was bringing in some washing, and this is when I was staying with my parents. To help look after them and stuff. Bro. So, yeah, the cat ran between his legs as he was bringing in the washing, and he went into the corner of a table full force with his face. Poor bugger. I can't imagine doing it in a car park. Ouch. Alright, beans, beans. Oh, I've got to go buy beans? Are you kidding me? I forgot that beans reset on a cycle reset. I just don't get why people feel the need to step down off a curb and walk between cars. Walk down the ramp like a normal person. Oh, there's actually a feasible normal path around that doesn't involve walking around the cars. Okay, that's a little stupid. Okay, that's actually stupid. There we go. I love the fact that because the Deku Mask is wearing the bunny hood, his little footprints are so fast. It's actually really adorable. Also, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get back to a phase where I can't play without the bunny hood like this. Alright. Also, my brain's not working enough to think of a creative one. So we're going with heads or tails again. A new Gamba has started because I haven't done that in like 2 hours. Don't forget to get in your channel points. Alright, there we go. Alright. It's terrible draw distance. I might regret leaving the bunny hood on for this, actually. You can actually skip a fair amount of the platforms here, which is really cool. Boom. This is that pot that we shattered like 4 hours ago. The shoplifting has gotten so bad here in California because of these laws. You try and stop them and they sue you for assault. That's exactly it. I was gonna say, they try and like, they threaten a lawsuit and they get away with anything. I don't think, in my many years working in customer service, I don't think once I got threatened with a lawsuit. Like, no, actually, I can say with absolute certainty, there is no way I got threatened with a lawsuit. And I worked in customer service for like 12 years? Yeah. Hey Chris, how's it going? How you doing? Please do not mind my coughing or my voice. How badly would it suck if we fell right there? Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm finally starting to feel better from my sickness, so that's really good. I still sound a little bit shoddy, but I'm at least feeling better, and that's the important part. Which, like, thank God. Excellent. What do we get from that? Stray fairy. wouldn't happen if we all had enough money to survive. People usually don't want to be dicks, so if they're stealing, they're trying to feed families and stuff. But stealing random crap is different. Yeah, I was gonna say. I still feel like a lot of theft isn't out of greed, it's out of necessity, but then you also have people who do it because, you know, screw big business or whatever, not realizing that they're actually hurting the people, that they're hurting the individual people, not the business. There we go. That's good to hear. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. I had a lady threaten to sue me because I wouldn't give her over $100 of photos for free. Because she called me on the phone asking me to help her since another store did it wrong. She said if I help her, it would be a wash, and I said okay. By a wash, she expected it to be free. Wow. Our cosmetics department is getting wiped out. I was gonna say, people who, like, non-essential stealing is usually cosmetics. I was gonna say, I know quite a few people who used to work in like cosmetic stores, and they reckon it was the worst. Oh boy, oh boy, there we go. Happening out here, theft has gone up at Woolworths and Coles. That's because cost of living crisis, cost of living crisis has gotten worse, yet both of our major supermarkets have recorded record profits. In fact, there was an inquest to see if their price gouging was illegal, or just within the normal means of price gouging. Which, like, what the fuck does that mean? Taking entire walls of makeup, yeah, doesn't surprise me. I walked into my local Mecca the other day and I was like, wow, this looks crap, because everyone had just been stealing crap. All these teenage girls. There we go. A girl the other day took a whole wall of NYX makeup and a floor stand of it, plus 6 trays of... Damn! NYX isn't even that expensive. NYX is my brand. I love NYX. I love NYX makeup. That's... wow. Okay, dare I say that's almost a little bit impressive, but not in a good way. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a difference between, like, stealing a loaf of bread to feed your family. There's a difference between being Jean Valjean or Sandra Bullock's character in Ocean's 10. Ocean's 8, whichever one it is. There's, like, a very vast difference between them. Very, very big difference. They're targeting NYX and Elf. Why? I mean, don't get me wrong. Love NYX, but why? Actually. No, let's do that after. BTW, let me say I don't agree with stealing at all. No, I don't either. Me and my family are in a fortunate situation, but I'm just playing devil advocate that there might be people out there with legit reasons. Yeah. Absolutely. There's a huge difference between I cannot afford this, but I need to eat. I haven't eaten in X amount of time and I need to do so. I need to feed my family. And you know what? I just want some cosmetics. Very big difference. But also, yeah, we can't condone stealing no matter what. It's just a bit more understandable. 90% of our theft is for resale. Wow. Okay, so that's why they do it. It's because Elf and NYX are very popular, I'm assuming. Which, you know what? Elf and NYX are both great, so I can understand it, but also wish I didn't. Okay, nothing. Okay, what I'm thinking is we'll clear out Woodfall, and then we might get the Oath to Order hint. Because we don't have Goron Mask, and we don't have Gato Mask to get up Stone Tower. Or to get up to Akana Canyon. So unless we find either in here, I'm thinking we go down and get the Oath to Order clue first. Oh, hell yeah. I'll take FD. I'll take FD. Pop off. That's funny. I stopped a guy back in December at a store from walking out with $1,300 worth of laundry scent beads. people really do be stealing the weirdest shit, eh? Laundry scent beads. Like, why? Why though? I mean, yeah, resell all of that, but I can't imagine laundry scent beads are that vital to the community. Well, maybe they are, I don't know. That was a stupid mistake. Hang on, I was so busy trying to make that jump, I forgot to check chat. I suppose there's also brands that rampant so easy for deniable plausible deniability. Like you can't make a clean resale without risk. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I blocked him and grabbed the bag. We ended up in a tug of war and he said, "You can't touch me, that's assault." I said, "I don't work here, I can do whatever I want." Then another customer came behind and rammed him with a shopping cart and he dropped and left it. I'm glad you were safe. Like, I'm glad that you're okay though, because those situations can get out of hand really fast. I'm glad you're okay. As long as you're safe. I was gonna say, yeah, that's the big thing. As long as you're safe. Yeah. From my understanding, they're like almost like fabric softener beads or something like that. Yeah. Laundry scent beads, yeah. They like you put them in your washing and they smell good. Tide Pods are another big theft. Yeah, I would assume Tide Pods were. Tide Pods don't surprise me in the slightest, if I'm being honest. I wish it did surprise me. I wish I could say that surprised me, but it really doesn't. Yeah, absolutely bloody legendary guy with the trolley, yeah. Absolutely. There we go. Australia has a big problem with people straight up stealing trolleys. That's so true. We do. But you can tell what place they've been stolen for based off the handle. Yeah. We actually had a huge issue with people throwing trolleys into rivers and open bodies of water as well. Also, hang on, bear with me for a sec, guys. Sorry, I'm blowing my nose. Give me a second, guys. Alrighty. And we're back. Sorry, I just had to blow my nose. Yeah, trolley being shopping cart. Oh yeah, I forget people don't call them trolleys everywhere else. Yeah, we have a huge issue of people stealing shopping trolleys, motorized, like we had like those e-bikes and e-scooters in the CBD for a while in city. I think the bikes are still there. But people would throw them into the harbour and stuff, and into bodies of water. I don't know what the obsession is, but yeah, not great. Want to see the video? Oh, hell yeah. Alright, there we go. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I'll have to check this out in Discord later, if I can. Oh, bugger. If you catch it at the right angle, you can actually do that with no issues at all. Alright, let's at least... Alright. That was almost it. Hey, you had a nice sleep, did you, Chris? Very nice. I have a feeling I'm gonna sleep very well tonight as well. That was way too far over. Oh, come off it. There we go. Alright, let's do this the old-fashioned way. That looks like nothing of value by the looks of it. Wait, do we have FD on anywhere? Yeah, we do. Cool. Bunny Hood FD. Goated combo. Alright. That's bum shoes. I didn't even see what that was. What is that? Oh, it's just magic. Okay, that's fine. Just a heart. Perfect. What version of 2-Ship are you using, Sal? There's different versions. This is 4.0.0, I think. If that's what you, in fact, mean by this. I downloaded it off GitHub, or whatever you want to call it. GitHub. That makes it sound like I'm calling someone a Git. There we go. I downloaded it this afternoon, so it's the newest version of it. Sorry, I just realized I didn't properly respond. Yeah, it's the newest version. Crap. It's the newest version of it, so it's pretty good. I'd never used 2-Ship before, so this is our first time using it. It's pretty good. I'm not complaining. Yeah, the 4.0.0 added a lot more I assumed it would have added a lot more in terms of randomizer options. There's still some that are listed as coming soon as well, so I'm excited for that. Why did I put it out of Bonshu? That's good tea. Yeah, the new randomizer options are really nice on it. To be fair, I haven't played a lot of... I hadn't played any 2-Ship before this, but I had seen other people play it. So having these new options, great. Love it. Yeah, attack me all you want. Alright, let's go. Having everything built in is nice too. That's it. One of my favorite things that this has done over other versions of Majora's Mask Randomizer is it allows me to swing Great Fairy Sword with the B button. I love it. That's like a new feature. Where are you? There it is. Okay, so this has been a great old pile of nothing outside of FD. I'm not too fussed about making my way through this room normally. I'm more about making sure that none of these grass patches have anything in it. Perfect. That was the only thing we needed to check in that room, is if the grass patches had anything in it. That's literally nothing. Excellent. Sally, please aim better. No. Yes. Alright, that's just a fitty. Again, outside of FD, I don't think we're going to find anything by the looks of it. Why the hell did I do that? Yeah, having everything built in is actually so good. I love it so much. Yeah. Going back to what we were saying before, I was just thinking about it. I don't think I've ever had anything like weird stolen from any workplace that I own. That I've worked at. I think someone once stole like an entire tray of frozen brownies, but I know for certain that that was a coworker, so that wasn't even a person. I also know this because I caught them doing it. Yeah, I also hope that I hope that we also get an option so it doesn't randomize stray fairies. I would love stray fairy rando being turned off. I would love that. I hate stray fairy rando. It's just so time consuming, especially for STT. Stone Tower Temple is the worst for it. That's another mask, I think. Cow mask! I'll happily take cow mask. Nice. I had my phone stolen once as I sat at a restaurant table. So like literally they walked up and just went yoink, because that's wild. That's so wrong. We can actually do this fight as FD. Weirdest things we got sold at the adult back end toy. Oh. Someone. Yeah, I can see those items getting stolen fairly often. I can see those items getting stolen fairly often. There we go. FD was a good find here. It's a convenience store slash pharmacy. Yeah, it makes sense. Our local convenience store sold quite a few of those items. Not convenience store. Our local chemist chain sold quite a few of those types of items, and then people caught onto it and they became super popular online, and then a lot of people started complaining because they were like, Priceline, what are you doing? I thought it was funny. We're not gonna do this. Imagine if it is the chick though. God, I hope not. Third of our store is cosmetics, beauty, and bath. Third is home medicine, and the other third is food and drink. So kind of like, yeah. It's kind of like Priceline, but I have to take. No, I don't. Excellent. Priceline, but with food and drink. That makes sense. It's illegal for adult toys to be sold in non-specific shops in Australia. But if they are marketed as massages. If they are marketed as a massage item. Granted, these items, when these items were being sold in Priceline, it was... I was in high school, so probably like 15 years ago. It was quite a while ago. My friends in high school thought it was the funniest thing. But they were they were not marketed as such. They're in the family. Yeah, I was gonna say for ours were in the family planning section as well. Yeah. So people can just go grocery shopping with them. Yeah, I was gonna say. It definitely wasn't as graphic as you're thinking, Ducky. It was a massager in a box in a unique shape. That was it. With the, oh, I forget you guys call them rubbers. Yeah, with the rubbers. See, we call them razors rubbers, so it can get really weird and funny and confusing for a bit. Alright. Rubbers. Yeah, I can tell you now, Ducky, I did see them. I can confirm that this was a thing. Because I called BS on my friends and actually went. Don't tell me that's a Great Bay key. Okay, cool. We don't really, I was just trying to be, okay, I was gonna say. You call them, rubbers is such a weird term to me. I mean, no, they're not even rubber, they're latex. I suppose some aren't latex. Anyway, not the point here. Alright. I think... Okay, we still got like a day and a half left. We are going to end up just fast forwarding time to go through and go to Roof to get the Oath to Order check, so we're not just aimlessly wandering around. We've done 2 temples. I think that's really good. Last thing we're going to do is we're just going to quickly check Road to Snowhead. Now that we have FD, we can get up to, we can get closer to Snowhead Temple than we were able to before. We sell other women's toys in that section. Yeah, I was going to say, I would assume so, like. It's honestly blowing your mind. There you go. You had someone try and return him. Oh, a used mini one. No. Nope. Nope, nope. Nay, nada, yet, no. No way. That's a no from me, Chief. Ugh. Imagine. Actually, no, don't imagine. Don't imagine. It's better if you don't. That's wild. Do these people have, like, no embarrassment? No shame? Like, don't get me wrong. Being, you know, positive and open about these things and opening up a dialogue. Very helpful, very useful, but also... Dude. Literally every sentence in this conversation is re-imploding my mind. Yeah. Yeah, same. Yeah! Cool. Oh my god. I refused it. Next time I saw it put back on the shelf, I threw it out and put it in the damages bin. The next day someone had taken it and put it back out again. No! No! That's actually the worst thing I could have heard in my entire life. That's cursed. So I drew all over it with a Sharpie. Yeah, that's probably the best thing you could have done. And the only thing you could have done. Wow. That's certainly a choice. Again, wouldn't you feel just a little bit of shame trying to return that? The morbid part of me actually wants to know what the reason for return was, but also I really don't want to know. That's, yeah. Ducky, I'm right there with you with the re-imploding of my mind thing. Right there with you. Heart piece. The worst thing I remember is growing up is my mum gave my younger sister a buddy butter that you can actually eat for fun time. But it was labelled so innocently, my mum let my 14-year-old self and 10-year-old sister have it. Oh my god. That's actually hilarious. That's actually so funny. Well, like, it was like, you know, chocolate flavored or something. Ugh. That's so funny. You've also had someone try and return a used Porter Jane. Again, the question begs how used, but also I don't want the answer. Please do not give me that answer. Unless it's not a bad answer. A used Porter Jane, bro. That's wild. Yeah, chocolate. Oh, okay, I was right with the chocolate. Chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. Wait, so there was more than one, or is it all 3 flavors in one? It was still wet. I knew I was gonna regret asking. You know what? That's on me. That's on me for having ears. That's so on me. Alright. I could only hope it was water. No! No, that's my fault for asking. Bro. Is your town crazy or is this just the US? You know what? No, that's a valid question. Yeah. Probably just the US. People will return anything for any reason. Yeah, valid. That's so wild. No, I've got nothing. That's actually a little bit munted. Had someone bring back a clothesline with the box and receipt from 10 years ago, saying it stopped working and they wanted a new one. 10 years! Oh my god, that's actually hilarious. That's funny. That's actually funny. I had someone who drank like 99% of their coffee and then said that we gave them a large instead of a medium and they wanted a refund and a new coffee. And I went, but you drank it. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, how was it? And they were like, it was great. And I'm like, cool, thanks. I made it for you. I'm like, but you did pay for a large and you got a large. So, and you drank the large. So no refund. It was actually hilarious. Alright, now that we've collected the 4 boss remains, we should get a hint for Oath to Order here. You just really wanted to toss something around, so you got the green rupee. I've also had people walk in, take an item off the shelf, and walk up wanting to return it. Yep. That's actually surprisingly common. There was 2 people who got arrested like a few years back. They would go into Lululemon, steal a crap ton of clothes, then go to a different Lululemon shop and return them with a bogus receipt. And they racked up like 21,000 bucks or something. Absolutely ridiculous. On the news last night, there was a whole ass segment about on this Irish family going to fancy ass restaurants and ordering the most expensive dishes off the menu. When they finished eating, they plucked their own armpit hairs, not even head hairs, armpit hairs. Why specifically armpit hairs? And put them in the food so they could get their food comped. They only caught him because it was on CCTV. They still comped him $600 worth of food. I'm sorry, why armpit hairs? Not even a head hair. You're supposed to give me a hint. Aha. Lone Peak Shrine and Grottos. What the hell is Lone Peak Shrine? I'm trying to think of what that is. wait. Okay. We've already been there. See, the Ship of Harkinian ones have different names, so it's actually Goron Shrine. That's what Lone Peak Shrine is. Okay. Probably because it looked like facial hair and they didn't have any. Oh yeah, that's true. Because armpit hairs is similar between people, small, flat, black, slightly curly. Yeah, that's fair. The bloke would buy something honestly and walk out at the same time as the woman where the alarms blared. And you turn around. Yeah, you saw the same video on TikTok, didn't you? Imagine you're blonde and there's no blondes on stuff and you try. Yeah, okay, that's valid. That's valid. That's how they need to check the CCTV. All the chefs were of a darker complexion than the Irishman, and the hair was like, oh, right, yeah. He'd have, like, orange pubes or something. I mean, like, armpit hair. I certainly do not know from experience. I would hope not. Yeah, a little squint there. Okay. So apparently, Song of Soaring, Oath to Order is in Lone Peak Shrine, which is the Goron Shrine, which we've already cleared out. So I'm very confused. Well, technically, armpit hair is pubic hair. I'm not wrong. I might be wrong. I actually have no idea. I've had a woman use her kids to steal while she distracted me. Stuffed bowls of liquor in a kid's purses, then walked out and alarm went off. She turns back and said, where am I going? What am I doing? There we go. Turns back and says she didn't take anything and she left the bottles on the floor. Walked back to show me the bottles while the kids kept going. Wow. Wow. That's... using the kids, bro. No. Okay, so my question is, if Oath to Order is in the Lone Pine Shriek or whatever, Lone Peak Shrine, why the hell did it send us to Great Bay Temple? I'm so confused. Yeah, using kids is absolutely disgusting. Using kids to steal alcohol is worse, I agree. Teaching the kids it's okay to steal non-essentials is the worst. Yeah, teaching your kids to steal? No. Not it. Lone Peak Shrines and Grottos. Where the hell is Oath to Order? Okay, let's check the shrine, I guess. We're gonna... I'm determined we're gonna beat this seed today. This is gonna be a one-day seed. Easy. No problem. No questions asked. It's just a matter of getting it done. We just need Oath. That's it. I'm not falling for that again. I'm not falling for that again, Eep. Thank you for trying. I'm not falling for it again. Excellent try, though. Actually, let's go in Goron Shrine so we can get the magic upgrade at the very least. Oh, we don't have money. Ooh, that's a bump bag upgrade. Last year I had 2 different times where people tried to unscrew and take apart the lock liquor cabinet to get to the expensive stuff. Do these people seriously think they're never gonna get caught? Like, that's a whole level of bold. How much is the magic upgrade? 91. Okay. If we get the money, we'll get it. That's wild. Yeah, I never had really anyone try and steal anything from us. We just had a lot of people complain. Which, valid, I guess. Pop off queens. I think the worst thing that happened, like the most extreme thing, was someone threatened to call the cops on me. They didn't threaten to sue me at the very least, but they threatened to call the police on me. I worked at a high school tuition at the center at the time. So like tutoring high school kids. Duh. I worked at that center at the time. And a parent threatened to go away, Damani. Yeah, a parent threatened to call the cops on me for harassment because I did not have his son's math test hadn't been marked yet. So he wanted his kid sat the math test on the Saturday. On the Sunday he sat it on the Friday. On the Saturday he wanted the results. And I said, sorry, so they won't be ready for a few days because we've got like 50 kids doing 50 different topics. It's going to take a little bit of time. So he called the cop. He threatened to call the cops unless I produced his son's math test on the spot. Unluckily for him, he didn't get it. I also waited for the police to show up because I really wanted that to happen. I thought it would have been really funny if the police actually had shown up. But no, he never actually ended up calling them. Or maybe he did. And they just realized that it was kind of dumb. Who knows? We interrupted one guy who was trying to unscrew the door. He made it seem like he wanted a bottle and forgot his wallet. Sure, buddy. Sure. Yeah, you totally forgot your wallet. Saw him walk into the aisle and saw him stuffing his bags. He picked them up and ran out the door. I guess he forgot his his high vis vest. Yeah, literally, like, he must have forgotten that, right? He was wearing, like, a tow driver uniform with reflective yellow bands on it. Oh, my God. Okay. We're gonna go on a quick 5-minute break. I want to hear more of these stories in Sec Tech, because you've got the best stories. We're gonna go on a quick 5-minute break, because I've got to run to the bathroom again. Don't go anywhere. Feel free to grab a drink, grab a snack, grab a potato. Grab something from the liquor the liquor cabinet there. I'm kidding. Please do not steal things. But I will be back in a few moments. I'm just going to run to the bathroom, refresh my tea. I will be back. I will see you soon. Bye! that's the wrong one. That's the right one. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a lovely break. I have refreshed my tea. I have gotten everything back together. We're good. Has the chat function not been working this entire time? No, I'm sure it's working, right? It'll be fine. Let's dismiss that ad. Alright. Let's get everything back together. There we go. Okay, it is working. Alright, I have a lot that I missed out on. No pun intended, but I got sprayed in the face with bug spray last year by a shoplifter when I asked him to politely leave the store. Wow. Okay. They got arrested on felony assault charges, but the judge dropped it to misdemeanor and released them on a promise to appear in court, which they never did. I got a subpoena to appear in court as a witness. I had to sit in the court for 6 hours before they called my case, determined they were a no-show, and dismissed me. Wow. Here's another one. That lady that wanted to sue me for the photos, not the first time she's pulled that. She came in a few years ago and started yelling at the pharmacist that they had tampered with her meds, and that she knows what she's talking about because she called the manufacturer. She demanded the pharmacist's full name, phone number, name, and license number, saying she was going to sue her and have her license taken away. Wow. Holy crap. Yeah, what is in the water? I need to know that too. Then one of the employees told her off and said the pharmacist doesn't have to give her anything. The lady turns to her and says she's going to have her sued and fired because she has long fake nails, and the nails are against pharmacy regulations. The store manager tried to de-escalate, but she starts yelling at the manager too. The manager told her to get out of the store. So she starts coming in disguises. That's not me laughing. That's me actually stifling a cough. Literally wearing wigs, big coats, hats, and sunglasses. For months she was coming in wearing different disguises because she was afraid of the manager. She also sued a school over... She sued a school she was going to over bug infestation because there was a swarm of what we call love bugs. Is who your little love bug? Anyway, they swarm in the thousands. But because some of them made it into the building, she feared for her life that they were all over, so she was going to sue the school. Okay, I want to know what love bugs are. Oh, it's a fly. They're flies. That's it. Literally, there's a Google search that says, is a love bug harmful? And they say, if they swarm, they can damage car paint. That's it. Looks kind of like a lightning bug. That's wild. Genuinely wild. What the hell? Also, I realized I forgot to call heads or tails, so let's quickly do that. Heads or tails, please.
Heads.
Oh, I don't know if you all heard that, but it is heads. Alright, let's get that out. March flies. Yeah, they're March flies. That's it. Congratulations to Insect Tech. Oh, I get the pun now. I'm stupid. I'm really stupid today. I just want to go to bed. Redeem spoil log for an item of your choice. Oath. Alright. Dodonks, I feel like we're gonna get there very quickly. Are you sure? I don't wanna... I don't wanna make you waste your points if you're not sure. Alright, you sure? Let's go. How do I open this up again? Sorry, bear with me for a sec. Randomiser, it is that one. Oath. Sorry guys, just bear with me for a second. I'm trying to make sure I can read this correctly because I do not know how to read this properly. Okay. Okay. Bear with me. Okay. We can do it, but I need to find Song of Soaring. Okay. Sorry, I did break a few things because I needed to check if it was even in logic or not. It is, but we need to find Song of Soaring. Alright. Let's go back to Termina Field then. And try and find Song of Soaring. Alright. Dodonks. Them of little words, but much power. If I'm not mistaken, look up Box Elderbug. What's a Box Elderbug? I want to know this as well. Oh. Huh. They do not sting or transmit disease. That's cool. That's cool, I guess. Can't complain about that, I guess. Alright. Bear with me here, guys. I'm just thinking. Huh? Sorry. I'm looking at the... I'm looking at the check tracker just to see if there's anything I missed in Termina Field. And it's saying that cow rando is enabled. I didn't think it was. Let's check if if cow rando is enabled. I didn't think it was. That's what I was thinking of, not love bugs. Okay, so box elder bugs look a bit bigger. That's what she was freaking out and wanted to do because her life is in danger, but they don't do anything. They don't do anything. That's wild. See, I don't have any cool, terrible workplace story, like terrible customer stories like that. I have terrible workplace stories, like terrible companies and stuff. Okay, so it's not randomized. It's probably not, for some reason it shows checks anyway, yeah. Let's do musical stones. Let's do musical stones. That's the only other thing I could see it being that we can access at the moment without Song of Healing. Alright. Wow. Insect Tech, you got the best stories. Of course, that's probably not very good for you, but... I don't know why I played it right in front of the statue like that. $19 in retail will do that. Yeah, that's fair. See, I just have really bad company stories. Like, you know how I said before I worked for that tuition center and the guy threatened to call the cops on me? Well, that's not the only time. Like, he threatened to call the cops on me and the cops, he never did. But, someone within our own company called the cops on the company. So for a period of time during COVID in Australia, it was illegal to make people work, to have people in the office if they didn't need to be there. So if you had, say, like, 3 people, if you had, like, people in the office for a job that didn't need people in the office, you could actually get fined. I think it was something ridiculous, like $25,000 or something. The company, not the people, for violating COVID. There we go. Sorry, I was rolling my eyes at me misplaying the song. Yeah. And the company I was with at the time still forced people in despite these. Because they argued it was because we were working phone lines and we couldn't do that from home because the current software couldn't support an online phone system. Except I proved them wrong. I set up the phone system in a way that could be done from home. And they went, oh yeah, we know it could be done. In fact, we know, we've known for ages that it could be done. We don't trust people to work from home effectively. They thought the minute we all start working from home, we were all going to slack off. So someone called the cops on them. And they called Crime Stoppers on them. And we had the cops come and talk to every single person who worked at we had like 5 different locations. People came and talked to every single one of us at all of our locations. And the company actually tried to coach us on what to say. And they were like, oh, we'll be checking in on the security cameras in case, you know, we feel like you need a little bit of help. And they framed it in a really nice way, but it was basically them saying, say the right thing or you're in trouble. In fact, I actually had someone, the day that the cops showed up at our work, my workplace, they actually had someone from head office conveniently just visiting for the day because they were worried I was going to say something. And I absolutely did. Of course I did. But then for ages afterwards, they thought it was... Come on. They thought it was me who called Crime Stoppers. And they thought it was me who called Crime Stoppers and, you know, kept retaliating against me because of that. Like, you know, just generally just being assholes to me for that reason. And I never discouraged them from thinking that it was me. In fact, I thought it was very funny that they thought it was me and continued to encourage it. Both to protect the person who actually did it, and also because I was already done at that company and I was already looking at other employment options for myself. And I just thought it'd be funny. What if it's this guy? So I never discouraged them from thinking it was me. I'm okay with that. But the day I left, they're like, be real, was it actually you? And I was like, no, of course not. I didn't do it. It turned out to be a girl whose on her last day she called them just because she felt like it. Which is pretty funny. So yeah. I had a girl come in wanting to load her Cash app. Does that automatically load him in? Does that automatically load him into that? I have no idea. Okay, considering it's not letting me do anything, I'm gonna assume it automatically. Okay. Give me my magic. Okay, forgive me for this. It's the only time I'll do it. Just save me some trouble. Alright. I had a girl come in wanting to load her Cash app. He's still not here. Okay. I scanned the code on her phone and take her money and give her a receipt. 5 minutes later, she comes back and says she needs me to redo the transaction because she didn't get her money because the card was locked. Both myself and the manager told her no, we won't redo the transaction without her paying again. She got mad and left. Half an hour later, a police officer comes in looking for her. It says that she called them complaining that we took her money, but she left. That's wild. It's so stupid. Brilliant move, Sal. Well, I figured whoever actually did it, because I was the manager at that place too. I wasn't gonna let them go down for that. I was already out the door anyway, so I was happy to take the fall. I also really liked the fact that they thought it was me. Nothing. What else? It's like, yeah, I've been in here. Where the hell is Song of Soaring? I've had a co-worker fired for fraud. Oof, yep. I haven't had one fired for fraud before. I've had one fired for stealing. I've had one fired for verbal abuse. I had one fired for putting forth a bogus work health and safety complaint before. Like she tried to complain that the job was physically strenuous to the point where she actually hurt herself, and unnecessarily strenuous. But it was an office job where she sat in her office all day and didn't actually, like, she sat in the office all day. The most work she would have done is moving books. That's it. He was using his family phone number for a loyalty card anytime someone didn't have one. Then at the end of the quarter goes and collects the program rewards. That's actually genius. Sorry. I think that's kind of smart, low-key. Not encouraging it, but okay, not there. It must be the Kamaro mask check, unless there's something I've obviously forgotten. So I'm gonna feel grass. Okay, we're just gonna continue combing around. The moment he collected the rewards loss, prevention was waiting for him in the office. There's like that. That's a thing. A rewards loss prevention. I suppose it makes sense. I didn't even realize that rewards cards were that big of a thing. That there was like a whole loss program for them. That's wild. I once had a co-worker who knew that she was going to be fired for gross misconduct. Cause that's not it. No. For gross misconduct, she was just really, really bad at the job. So she put in a workers' compensation claim. Because in Australia, if you're on workers' compensation or if you've submitted a workers' compensation claim, you cannot be fired. So she did that because she knew she was going to be fired and she didn't want to be fired. Kind of smart. I'm a nurse. First year registered nurses, I don't know what the US version of that is, but they, medication delivering hire nurses, are called new grads. They have the same workload as the rest of us, but we kind of hold their hand to help them out a little. Anyway, one new grad was so bad at his job, he couldn't even get signed off to give oral medications. Wow. Like, that's like Panadol and stuff. He eventually lost his register when he fiddled with an IV pump when he wasn't signed off and gave a lady on fluid restricted a 1 liter. Wow. That's bad. That's actually proper bad. Alright, that's it. I have no idea where Song of Soaring is. And I think we need Song of Healing to get it. You get 2% back on all purchases for the quarter, so we claim like $50. Wow. Okay, fair. But the hoops that the hospital had to go through to prove he was incompetent and the woman would have been harmed. It took like 6 months for a hearing. The woman was getting... The guy was walking around an RN rate to be cleaner because we couldn't trust him to do anything else. Ouch. Yeah, see, that's rough. That's rough. Alright, let me check the tracker. Okay, I've cleared everything. It's gotta be Kamara Mask. Terminafield pot. Let's check that one pot, I guess. BRB putting Tiny to bed. Oh, good night, Tiny. I hope you had a good day. Let's check the one pot. I don't think it's got anything in it from what I looked at. It's not color-coded or anything. That was just funny. Nothing. It is actually... It's actually Kamara Mask. Which we need Song of Healing for. Anyone want to give me spoiler log check for Song of Healing? In the meantime, let's go do a few things. Alright. This company is unforgiving. If I had a co-worker do a return for a customer without receipt, so the customer got store credit, they used it and had $3 left over. They told the employee he could have it after... They used it and had $3 left over. They told the employee they could have it. After he used it, Loss Prevention fired him for theft and filed $1,500 restitution for cost of investigation. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Thank you for Song of Healing. That's gonna save me. I was gonna say I want to get this done and I want to get this done soon, but okay, that's definitely not in logic. Okay, I'm gonna do something really rude. Song of Healing is in Stone Tower, so that makes no sense because we need Song of Soaring to get to Stone Tower. So I'm searching up Soaring just to make sure it's still in logic. Okay. I'm sorry, did we not get like 500 hints saying that Song of Soaring was in Termina Field? Have I got the right? Have I got the right one? Yeah, no, I've got it. Okay. We got 50,000 hints saying that Song of Soaring was in Termina Field. It's in Romani Ranch. I had to search that up because there wasn't that it wasn't making any sense, and that's why, because it's not in Termina Field, despite the fact that we were told it was. So let's go Romani Ranch. Sorry, I normally don't like to check spoiler log to break things like to break sequence like that, but sometimes you gotta. I don't dare pick a penny off the floor and pocket it. They might fire me because it's store property, not mine. Is that, like, indicative for all stores or just yours? Like, is that a thing in all stores in the US or just yours? Because that's wild. I don't know if I'd be able to survive in an environment like that. Depends on the company. Okay, so it's like a company thing, not an America thing in general. I was gonna say, because that's actually wild. And not in a good way. What's that? Oh, it's a purple rupee. That's fine. Okay. Apparently Cal Rendo is on, and apparently one of these cows has Song of Soaring. That's so stupid. I'm sorry, that's stupid. I'm a little mad about that. Alright. I know employees of this company who were fired for eating or drinking something before they paid for it, even if they were in line to pay. One girl was having a diabetic attack, so they opened her before paying. They fired her for theft. What the hell is wrong with this? That's so wrong. Wow. Hang on. I thought my companies that I've worked for were bad, but no, that's worse. Let's go back to Clocktown. Okay. Let's call Epona. They look for any tiny little thing they can hook you on, and then they charge you for the cost of labor and effort to fire you. That's so ridiculous. Wait, so on top of that, they got fired, and then they got fined money? They got fined money on top of that? That's ridiculous. Hey, sorry you're out of a job now and you won't have any income. By the way, give us money. Dude. That's... The US is a very different beast. That's actually messed up. That's so messed up. I could not. Alright. We have Song of Soaring. One thing that I overlooked is the fact that we don't have any Icona Canyon or Stone Tower things. But if we go Captain's Hat here, we have a few more checks that we can play with. The company you work for is CV. Oh, I know. I've heard of CVS. That's wild. They're one of the biggest drugstore companies in the US. Yeah, I was gonna say, I've definitely heard of CVS. That's ridiculous. Okay. If they fired me for that, I think I would, frivolous or not, I would sue. It's like I was, you know how for anyone who has TikTok, you know how like on your TikTok feed you get those AI stories that are like 40 minutes long and they're clearly fake, but at the same time they pull you in because that's what they're designed to do. I had one of those the other day about like some kid who had like a who had a scholarship. Who had a scholarship lined up for uni or something like that. But it required perfect attendance and he got taken to the hospital with appendicitis and he lost his scholarship because of it. And he tried to appeal and sue and all of that, yeah. Reminds me kind of like that. Did that skeleton just dig his own grave? Pretty much. So the skeletons guard the grave for Captain Keita, who is the captain that we are wearing the face of. So they're under instructions to protect the graves from for Captain Keita. Because they think we're Captain Keita, we can tell them to open the graves for us. Batman's favorite cave right there. That's it. Insect Tech, you will recognize this enemy. Yeah, whatever. There we go. This will give us Song of Storms check. Jurg. That's it. Literally. The brothers are called Flat and Sharp. That's funny. Get it? Because they're composers. Emphasis on the poses. I'm kidding. Oh, God, my throat. Well, that was useless. Excellent. Composer Grave, another OT callback. Yeah. So Majora's Mask was created in a year using the same assets as Majora's Mask. Using the same assets as Ocarina of Time. So they reused... Oh, crap. They reused a lot of stuff here. And a lot of... And therefore there's a lot of callbacks as well. It's actually kind of cool. There we go. So this is now night 2 grave that we're in. So you can only typically access this of a night time. On the second night. But a well-timed jump with Fierce Deity allows you to get there. You don't even need Bunnyhood to do so. It's just swag. There we go. No amount of jumping, unfortunately, will allow you to do that. So that ledge, this ledge here, is designed that you fall off at the minute you jump off. You don't auto jump off those ledges. They do that intentionally. So it's one of the only times that auto jump doesn't actually trigger. Alrighty, you'll recognize this enemy again. And you know what? It's another Churg. That sounds really inappropriate, actually, now that I think about it. I died? That's fine. This is why I wasn't too fussed about my health. I knew I had a fairy. There we go. I'd rather get the fight over and done with sooner rather than later. Nothing. First death. Yeah, that is our first death overall. We've been doing pretty well in terms of health and death, if I'm being honest. Oh, that's not it. I mean, there should be just the one there. Oh, I thought I shot that guy already. clearly not. Excellent. There we go. Alright, grand old pile of nothing. Alright. Just trying to think here. There is a way to clip onto this rock and then you can reach up using FD. If I'm being honest, I don't remember how to do it though. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think here. If these can stop respawning in for like 5 minutes. I got a fairy, it's fine. Damn it, stop hitting me. I want to remain firmly uncursed. Okay. Curse should be wearing off any minute now. While I technically did die, I had a fairy. Screw you. Okay. This isn't gonna work. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Alright, let's do this instead. There we go. Alright. Yeah, you lose. Sheath your weapon. This is Captain Keita, the guy I was telling you about before. Okay, the curse is finally lifted, and our chest is nothing. Excellent. This is actually a really sweet cutscene. Normally. When I'm, you know, in frame. I'm actually surprised that FD animates that. That's pretty cool. Alright. This is a grand old pile and nothing. Hey, Ducky, we finally found Song of Soaring. But you know how we got like 50,000 confirmations that Song of Soaring was in Termina Field? It wasn't. Okay, we are working with a very limited time frame here. No, 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 no! Damn it. Alright. Why was it so wrong? Where was it? It was in Romani Ranch. You know how I said Cal Rando isn't on? And it's in Termina Field? It was in Romani Ranch. I don't know why everything in game told us it was at Termina. Come on. Okay. Damn it. Okay. We're not doing that. I want to finish this tonight, but I don't think we are. I straight up don't think we are. Sorry, I'm just trying to think now. Fire arrow would be good right now. Gato mask would be the best. Alright. I'm gonna give myself one more spoil log check. I'm gonna give it to me. Just to see if this is even doable or not. Because everything that we try and do is stopped. And then we'll see how we go from there. If it's something that we can't do right now, we might have to leave it till tomorrow. Or Tuesday, I should say. Okay. Cool. Okay. I've got an idea. We're gonna try one more thing before we go to bed. We're gonna try one more thing before we give up and go back tomorrow. Oh, on Tuesday. Yeah, Sal, bonus stream was awesome, but don't push yourself. Alright. We're gonna give one more thing a go. We're not finishing this seed today, I can guarantee it. But we're gonna try one more thing to see if we can get a few more checks out. That's it. Alright. Let's just check to see if we hit all the pots over here first. That makes it midnight in Cali. It's 7 PM in Sydney, yeah. I haven't eaten yet. Nice. What should I eat for dinner? Okay, I'm gonna moon jump one more time. I know I said I wasn't going to, but it's just gonna save me the 20 minutes. Okay, that's just 20 rupees, that's fine. Cool. That just saves me 20 minutes in having to go and buy a bloody bean. That's it. It's the only pot we missed. It's the only pot we missed. All I remember is 5 hours ahead, but 1 day behind. So that makes it midnight on the 15th while we're on the 15th. Yeah, there you go. You remember it better than I do. I do not remember it at all. Letter to Mama, nice. I want to go check Secret Shrine. That's the last thing I think we're going to do today. We can't even get into Secret... Oh, actually, we can't even get into Secret Shrine. What am I doing? That's alright. We can at least check the grotto. Or have nothing in the grotto whatsoever. Wow. Nothing. Literally nothing. Alright. I don't know why, but the Song of Soaring used to scare me when I was a child. Like, actually used to scare me as a child. I didn't like playing it because I got scared. Aww. Until daylight savings time, because you guys don't do that, right? No, we do daylight savings time. Some parts of Australia don't, but in Sydney we do. I like daylight savings time. Evil is afoot. Yes, thank you. Certain parts of Stonetail Temple. Certain parts of Australia don't do it, but we do. But we do it in summer, yeah, so it's a different time of year. So normally it would be not 7 PM. Oh, that's a really well-placed elegy. Actually, a really placed elegy. Yeah, we have a summer Christmas. Which, not as fun as it sounds, TBH. Summer Christmas is the best. Ah, no. See, this is where we differ. Summer Christmas for me is... And it's specifically for one reason. It's roast, presents in the aircon, the fresh prawns in the pool. Yeah, see, you may have that experience, but every year for like the past 10 years, it's rained on Christmas Day in my area. So you don't get you get the humidity or the sweat and the grossness without the fun of the pool. It's just sweat and nothing else. That's it. FD can probably make this jump, right? There we go. Okay. Aren't Yanks supposed to be UK, not US? No, they're the Poms. But that's the best bit. It's not Christmas if you're not fanning yourself with wrapping paper. No, thank you. I will happily live my life not having to do that. I do want to experience a winter Christmas just once. Give me like a Christmas in like, I don't know, Heathrow Airport. Yes, I do watch Love Actually. What's your point here? No, but seriously, like a Christmas with like snow and lights and an excuse to actually wear those ugly sweaters that everyone seems to love. I think that'd be so cool. I think that'd be awesome. The only time I've heard the term pom is in the Monty Python skit about Bruce. Monty Python slaps. Yeah, we say pom fairly often. Like, it's a fairly common thing in Australia to be like, oh, the poms, yeah. That's what happens when you hit the wrong button, Sally. Salba, that's Love Actually, stop it. I told you it was Love Actually. Oh. Excellent. Yeah, it is actually Love Actually, but still. Or I could have that New Girl episode and just do LA Xmas instead. There's an episode of New Girl where they all get stuck at the airport on Christmas Eve. Bugger it. For some reason I really thought that would work. No! Bollocks. Well, that skit was supposed to take place in Australia, so it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. It does make sense. We do love the term pommy. And the Brits say it as well. I know this because I'm half British. You little... You're so getting shot next time, bro. Alright, we're here, finally. Alright. we're about to quit it for the night. Don't go anywhere, though. Anything special in those pots over there? Heart, sculpture, normal. What about the pots down there? That one's got something in it. I don't know about the rest. Yeah, auto mod would absolutely block that. Yeah. That word is yeah, that would be absolutely blocked. The auto mod tried to block something really bizarrely as well. The other day. There we go. Yeah, Twitch really doesn't like that one. I hate this dungeon. Which means we're not doing it today. But if I save and quit here, it means that we're going to be here on Tuesday's stream. Yeah, that one also got held. Nothing. Yeah. That's weird. It tried to block a message that APC left earlier today. It just said, girls or something like that. That was it. Tried to block that as well. Really weird. So funny for a Zelda stream. I know, right? Considering that's a common enemy name. Yeah. Alrighty, we are going to end it off here. I was hoping not to do so, but I was hoping we'd have a one seed stream, but unfortunately Oath to Order eludes us. So, we will be, we'll be tossing it over to someone else now. Let's see who I'm going to toss it over to. I've got an idea, but let's see who I'm going to toss it over to. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty. Oh, good. Salgo gets a rest. Yeah, I was really hoping that we were able to do a one seed stream, but no. Not today. Alrighty. We know him. We love him. Let's go head over to Chromophagist. Also doing a Majora's Mask no-hit practice. Now, Chromophagist does a lot of incredible things with no-hit, so I think you all should go check him out. Tell Chromo I said hi. I'm going to go grab some food. But thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for joining today. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for everything. I appreciate and love you all. If you're interested in Chromophagist content, and why wouldn't you be? Chromophagist is awesome. Don't forget to say hi in chat. Don't forget to watch their content. If you're interested, give them a follow. We're all small streamers trying to do our part, and we all appreciate spreading that love around. Anyway, I'm going to go rest that voice. I will see you on Tuesday. Bye! Oh my god.